What you need in the building? How's everybody doing? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Let me see if I can, first of all, though, get away from these animals because these animals are really playing up their ass, barking in the middle of the night, just making a whole set of fucking noise. Hopefully, you guys can hear me here. Further away from them. Um, yeah, all praise be to the Most High God. The Most High God comes first. As you can see from the topic, we're going to talk about Canelo versus Crawford in terms of boxing. I will be also talking about comparing, or at least talking about Michael Jordan and LeBron James and the GOAT conversation. I'm going to talk about both of them. And I hope you guys enjoy this stream on that. So I favor Terrence Crawford to beat Canelo. And you'll say, well, why do you favor Crawford to beat Canelo? And I'll give you some reasons why I think he will beat Canelo. Now, I've listened to a number of people online as they're speaking about this. I hear the arguments for Canelo that, his size, the fact that he has good enough boxing IQ, the fact that, he's a tricky fighter. He has good defense. That the jump that Crawford's going to do to try to deal with Canelo, he's going to find out very soon that size does matter in boxing. And in addition to that, I hear allegations that Crawford might be juicing. And, some people are arguing for Canelo that maybe Canelo's juicing as well. And maybe that juice is going to get Canelo over the edge. Once he touches Crawford, Crawford will realize it's a different situation and he will behave more like Jermell Charlo and try and survive. So there's all these different arguments for Canelo. I personally believe that Crawford would beat Canelo. And what has really cemented that and sort of the word I'm looking for is reinforced that in my mind was really the most recent fight that Canelo had against William Skull. And let's get that right now. So when we look at Canelo Alvarez's career, he's had an illustrious career, but it's no secret to anyone that he's always had problems with boxers who could box him very, very well. And you just look through his history here and you will see what I'm talking about. So you can see in his career, he's had difficulty with boxers who could box him. Austin Trout gave him some problems, right? He was a boxer. Floyd Mayweather actually beat him, and Floyd Mayweather was a boxer. Of course, Floyd did fight him on the inside somewhat, and also from the outside. And Floyd didn't necessarily take steps backwards. Floyd actually fought him in the pocket a lot of times and won trades with him. So that's an interesting thing. He had difficulty with Erislandy Lara. As we all know, he won a split decision win over Erislandy Lara. He had a very competitive fight with Miguel Cotto. Miguel Cotto is not a guy really who box, but Miguel Cotto's jab was a factor in that fight, which kept him in the fight. With Amir Khan, again a mover, Canelo was able to knock out Khan, but Khan was able to sort of outmaneuver and outpoint Canelo, particularly outpoint Canelo in the earlies, right? Because Canelo set a trap for Amir Khan and knocked him out, but he was softening up the body first to get what he had to get done. He also had difficulty with Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant was giving Canelo a lot of problems, but again, the body work by Canelo is what broke down Plant down to the end. He kept his composure, was able to break down Plant and stop him. And then, of course, Dimitri Bivol was another boxer mover kind of type. And Canelo had problems with Dimitri Bivol. He couldn't overwhelm him with his power. He couldn't surprise him at any particular shot. And as a result of that, Dimitri Bivol beat Canelo. So Canelo's had a history of fighting guys who could box very well and they give him difficulties. He won some, he lost some. Okay? So that is why we're talking about this. Jermell Charlo, he was unable to stop Jermell Charlo because Jermell Charlo kept on moving and boxing him. And so he was not able to stop Jermell Charlo. The problem wasn't that Jermell Charlo wasn't sort of kind of like not getting hit by Canelo much. When he did get hit by Canelo, he got dropped, right? But that wasn't the major problem. The major problem with Jermell Charlo was that he couldn't return fire. He couldn't bring out any kind of offense. When he started to get his offense going, Canelo dropped him. And then he got very leery and he just tried to survive most of the time. Now, when Canelo fought William Skull, the Cuban fighter, slick, really good at delivering his right hand, William Skull was able to land the right hand on Canelo, and he was also able to avoid a lot of shots by Canelo. And the footwork of William Skull showed me a whole lot of deficiencies that Canelo can't even deal with. And that alone told me Terrence Crawford, with the offense that he has, the way how he can sidestep you, how he can create angles and then respond and counter you, and so on. I think Canelo's a fighter who's very good, but he's going to look basic when Terrence Crawford fights him because Terrence Crawford will interface with him just like Floyd did, just like Bivol did. He's going to interface with Canelo. He's going to throw punches and stuff. But the angles that Terrence Crawford will be able to do against Canelo, and the fact that Canelo could not cut off the ring against William Skull. We saw he couldn't cut off the ring against Arislan De Lara. He couldn't cut off the ring against William Skull. Two Cuban fighters, by the way. And Terrence Crawford's a better fighter than William Skull. And that just sort of sealed the deal for me because it showed that he still has not had that maturity to cut off the ring properly against a guy who can shift and move and change directions and come in. William Skull was moving in and out of range. He was also moving laterally, and at times he would change up how he would approach. So Canelo never knew which direction he was going because William Skull could go one direction or the next. Of course, I don't expect Terrence Crawford to be doing that, right? But the same methodology, techniques, and skills that William Skull was using, I expect Terrence Crawford to use some of that as he's fighting Canelo. And that's the interesting thing about it. Now, I know Canelo has a hell of a chin, rides a lot of punches, rolls a lot of punches. But if he gets caught good, he can get stunned. And Terrence is a guy that can get that awkward shot, that awkward angle on you. And, as like I said before, Terrence throws punches that are not necessarily textbook punches, like punches in between punches and stuff like that. And Terrence has long ranging arms. Now, do I think that Terrence will be putting on a performance like what he did with Errol Spence with Canelo Alvarez? Probably not. But I do think that when he gets in the ring, and I know he's training his ass off, he's looking at the William Skull fight. He knows there's certain footwork that Canelo just cannot handle. Certain footwork he just can't handle, and he can literally mount his offense off of that kind of footwork. So, but Canelo is a quick counter puncher. He's quick. There's people looking at a video where I think it was Blue Belt Sports TV where Canelo was hitting one of those. It's not a punching bag, but it's whatever. He was throwing his left hook, and it looked like it was slow as hell. No, he's working on power. He's working on the thudding power that he normally works on. That doesn't mean that Canelo's slower or anything like that. He's gonna be quick. Canelo's quick. He's cat-like. He's explosive. The thing that lets him down is the fact that, and he has quick feet too. The thing that lets him down, and it's something that's really going to haunt him against the Terrence Crawford fight, because Terrence could switch, is the angles. I don't think he can adjust his angles quickly enough for what Terrence is about to bring to the table. But Canelo does have defense. So it'll be interesting to see who hits who or who hits who more often because Canelo does have defense. Um, so I truly believe he hasn't evolved enough. He hasn't developed enough to handle a fighter like a William Skull, to handle a fighter like a Dimitri Bivol, to handle a fighter like Floyd Mayweather. And the thing about it is, Canelo's boosting up Terrence Crawford, not understanding. I don't know if he's underestimating Terrence Crawford. 'Cause Terrence Crawford can really move. Canelo needs to know how to cut off the ring. He's going to need to know how to move because the thing with Terrence now his trainer might say have no respect for Terrence, and then Terrence catch him with something. Now the trainer told him to be careful and to be careful with Jamel Charlo. So he gave him that respect and that care. I don't know if the trainer will want to tell him to have respect for Terrence Crawford. Now, Terrence Crawford could catch him with something. But what I would suggest to Canelo is you come out and you try and establish yourself early and you go very aggressively towards him and you try to establish that I'm the bigger guy in there as soon as possible. But I don't know if Canelo will do that. If he comes out cautious, Terrence Crawford is going to control the fight. He has to be more aggressive. He has to at least grand charge Terrence Crawford and try and get some body work in there, however he can. And then after that, if Terrence Crawford hits him with something that is he has to respect it, then. But I would suggest bullying Terrence Crawford as much as you can. Get your body on him. You know, use your body against Terrence Crawford. And Canelo's not a guy that really uses his body to bully people and to put his weight down on them. That's not his style. And so, for all those reasons, it's hard for me to see Terrence Crawford losing to Canelo, the caliber of fighter. And then remember, even though this was supposed to happen at 160, Errol Spence was supposed to fight Canelo. Now this is happening at 168, which is a weight class extra. I don't think Errol Spence was going to fight Canelo at 168. So this is where Canelo's banking on. And the fact that Canelo has fought much bigger, stronger guys in the ring with 10-ounce gloves, he's going to have that confidence that he could take care of Terrence Crawford whatever round it comes. And we know Canelo can keep his composure, but if he gets too far behind, if Terrence Crawford's outpointing him too much, and he has to come from behind, yes, he'll still keep his composure, but he's going to start to doubt himself, question himself. And if Crawford is landing shots on him all the time, and he can't get to Crawford's body like he wants to, but Crawford's getting to his body and breaking him down, it could be a totally different fight. And some people say Crawford might be able to stop Canelo. I don't know about that. I mean, accumulation of punches, you could probably stop somebody. But the thing is, Canelo rides and rolls punches as well. Now, it is true, Terrence could switch it up and come from one angle to the next angle. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I don't know. A lot of people think that they'll crown. I know that the Mexican people are going to back their guy, okay? Even though they know Crawford could very well beat him. They're probably going to still back Canelo. But I gotta say, I'm gonna be real with you. Uh, I don't think Canelo's in anywhere near the kind of fighter that Terrence Crawford is. So, and I'm pretty sure Terrence Crawford's not going to behave like Jamal Charlo and not mount his offense. I think he's catering. He's put all those things into consideration. So I see him beating Canelo. I do see him beating Canelo. Now, having said all of that, anything could happen in boxing. So I'm just putting that out there, though. My reasoning for it is Canelo does have a flaw, and this flaw is he really has difficulty with guys who can move in that ring properly. And I'm not talking about moving excessively around the ring, even though some of them do, like Lara and like Skull. And Skull didn't move that much. Lara more did moving, but nonetheless. The point I'm making is that guys who know how to move in a ring, like Floyd, Bivol, Crawford, you got to give it to Lara too. So even Lara and even Skull, These people know how to handle real estate. They know how close they are, how far they are, what they need to do. It's hard to cut them off in the ring, by the way. So, um, I think that in terms of that, I think that's a fundamental problem Canelo's always had. If the fight is coming to him, that favors him a little bit more than it would favor him if the fighter's not playing into Canelo's game, because Canelo likes to counterpunch. Uh, and he's hoping that you will engage him to counterpunch, you know? So I think it won't take anything from Canelo if Crawford beats him. It just make Crawford bigger. He'll definitely be in the all-time greatest boxers list and the best ever conversation from there on in. Period. And I think it's an opportunity he shouldn't pass up. So I think he did the right thing. I think he's going to get paid some good money. And I think if he beats Canelo, they may have a rematch if Canelo wants it. And that rematch probably go the same way, you know. And who knows? Crawford might stay at 168 and fight a couple interesting fights with a couple people and then waltz off into the sunset. Now, with regards to people talking about Crawford using PEDs, etc., this is what I'm going to say. How can you just ignore that Canelo Alvarez was found to have PEDs in his system, and you let that slide somehow? But Crawford, who has never tested positive for PEDs, and this goes for show business, does all these other people. Nobody in his camp has ever tested positive for PEDs. Suddenly you're on his ass. Talking about Victor Conte. So you're going to just excuse the fact that Canelo was tested for PEDs? And a lot of people in his camp were tested for PEDs? Are we going to just do that? I mean, you have to be consistent. If you're going to talk about Terrence Crawford using PEDs, you need to talk about Canelo using PEDs. Or if you're going to give Canelo a blind on PEDs, then you better give Crawford a blind on PEDs. This shouldn't be a conversation. Okay? Crawford's supposedly moving up 3 weight classes, right? Canelo has been not known to use PEDs, but he's tested positive for PEDs before. So if they're both using PEDs, what's the problem? That's an even playing field, right? If both of them are not using PEDs, that's another even playing field. But it would really be weird if Crawford's not using PEDs and Canelo's using PEDs to try to beat Crawford, and you guys are saying absolutely nothing about that. That would be very weird. And so when I see Showbiz the Adult and all these other people talking about PEDs with Crawford, I'm trying to dig into the issue with Crawford, and there's another guy, the elephant in the room, who's actually being tested positive for PEDs, and you don't even make a single mention of him, then something's very, very wrong. Very, very wrong. Okay? You've got to be, when you're doing these platforms, you've got to be consistent. And what we need to know is Canelo using any PEDs? I know both of them are being VADA tested. So if they pass their VADA tests, both of them, whether they're actually using PEDs or not, whether they're beating the system or not, it's a pretty even playing field. That's the point. Okay? And Eddie Reynoso's camp has had a number of PED users. A number of PED users has gone to his camp. Now, can we say that of Terrence Crawford's trainer's camp? No. Who's been caught with PEDs in Terrence Crawford? Now, I'm not saying they're not using PEDs. I'm just saying who has been caught using PEDs? Because just like you think, Terrence Crawford came up to welterweight, murked Errol Spence, talked about how Errol Spence he didn't feel so strong, none of that stuff. He seemed like the stronger fighter. He went up to 154. His performance wasn't as good. So we never know. I'm not going to vouch for Terrence Crawford and say he doesn't use PEDs at all. There's no PEDs. Victor Conte is clean. I'm not going to do that. But as far as we know, he hasn't been caught. Manny Pacquiao. I mean, there's still a consensus out there that he used PEDs at a certain time with Alex Ariza. And it may be true. His performances were spectacular. When you ever see a spectacular performance, we know Ryan Garcia was using PEDs, right? And he had a spectacular performance against Devin Haney, but he was using PEDs, right? We didn't see that performance against Rolly Romero, right? So what I'm trying to say is that I've never seen Terrence Crawford with roid rage, and the PEDs usually are steroids, right? And then you have the masking agents. So what I'm saying is, and they microdose, right? All I'm saying is that if that's the case, that both of them are using PEDs, that levels the playing field. I'm not cool with them using PEDs, but I'm just saying you can't be going after one person to be clean, and you're ignoring the fact that the other person, you're not demanding of the other person that they be clean as well. Y'all should be raising red flags about Canelo Alvarez, and if you want to raise a red flag about Terrence Crawford, fine, but raise the red flag about Canelo Alvarez and his past history. And yes, he's not getting knockouts, but he's still knocking down people, right? So you need to scrutinize both of them. All right, I don't want to hear nothing. And mind you, let's not forget, Canelo Alvarez jumped up 2 weight classes and fought Sergey Kovalev and beat him. So it's not undoable what Terrence Crawford's about to do. Yes, he's been at 154 only for one fight. But the point is, if he jumps up, there will be 2 weight classes from super middleweight to super welterweight to super middleweight. It's the same thing Canelo did. Right? Canelo fought 1 super middleweight fight, came back down to middleweight, fought 1 fight, and then jumped up to light heavyweight. So if Canelo could do that, why can't Crawford? Think about what I'm saying. And Crawford knows what's going on with Canelo because he has a history of having problems with people who can move around the ring, knowing what they're doing when they're moving around the ring. So Crawford's pretty much shown that this is actually a fight that could be one of his best performances and could be a fight in which, since he knows what this guy can do and what he can't do with certain fighters, it could be an easy night for him. Easy in the sense of the spatial arrangements. Remember, in boxing, you'll get hit, but it's really, you don't want the guy to hit you with his money shot. That's the important thing, right? It's the money shots, whether it's to the body or to the head. So Crawford is going to be wise enough to fight somewhat like how he fought Errol Spence. Errol Spence and Canelo. Canelo's not like Errol Spence, but yet he's kind of like Errol Spence in the sense that the way how he fights now, he doesn't fight off the back foot. He doesn't, so he's kind of like Errol Spence in that regard, And then when Crawford fights Canelo, he's going to see up close and personal what Canelo brings to the table. Because I think Canelo's a much tighter defensive fighter than Errol Spence was. But Errol Spence was supposed to fight Canelo. So why not Crawford? So that's my take on why I think Canelo is going to lose to Terrence Crawford. If y'all guys say, and everybody in the world says that Terrence Crawford is pound for pound the best fighter in the world, that means you're talking about a guy that's better than Alexander Usyk. Think about what I'm saying. Right? Alexander Usyk fights guys much, much bigger than him. 20, sometimes they have 20 pounds on him, right? Tyson Fury, who's a boxer. Alexander Usyk was actually marching towards him, fighting him. Y'all don't talk about Alexander Usyk using steroids to enhance his performance. I'm just saying. So, and I'm not saying he is or isn't using. I'm just saying you don't do that. So be consistent. If you're going to be going at Terrence Crawford about him using PEDs and you're investigating or whatever, fine. Nobody's saying no. But you better do the same for Canelo. Gotta stay consistent. Because this guy's coming up in weight. Now, if he turns out that he's coming up in weight, he's doing it the natural way, he's doing it the right way, and Canelo's cheating in the background, using steroids like mad so he could hit Crawford with a punch to try and cripple him or break something on him, then it's your fault because you overlooked Canelo. So you can't be pointing fingers at Crawford because you have an issue that he beat Errol Spence, and you're not pointing fingers at Canelo. This is what this is the disingenuous thing I see these YouTubers like Showbiz the Adult and etc. doing on social media. That's what I don't like about what you guys are doing. If you're going to be consistent with everybody. That's all I got to say about that. All right, let's get to the next thing I wanted to talk about, which is this so-called GOAT status of Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Now, first of all, let me explain to you guys something. LeBron James is the present. Whether you like it or not, he's achieved things that no other boxer in the NBA has ever done. He's led 3 separate teams to 4 championships. And that's just what that is. Okay, whether you like him or don't. He's the face of the NBA right now. He's almost at the end of his career, but he's the face of the NBA, right? Michael Jordan was the face of the NBA back in the 90s, right? Okay. So, there's a lot of interesting things I want to say. And so I will try to be succinct. 1, Michael Jordan being the GOAT or having GOAT status helps him sell his shoes. You got to think dollars and cents. Michael Jordan being the face of the NBA saves the NBA in the sense of this. The NBA at the time needed somebody else because Magic Johnson was dwindling off. It was Magic Johnson, Larry Bird. These were the faces of the NBA. Particularly those two. There were great players in the NBA, but those were the 2 faces. Magic Johnson being the clean, smiling black man, looks non-offensive, whatever. And so, the NBA got that nice, good guy exterior. The same thing like, when you look at Sugar Ray Leonard, smiling, beaming, black guy, not looking offensive, but could fight his ass off, right? So in the 80s, black people had to be a certain way. When Michael Jordan came on the scene, we saw an aggressive black man, aggressive sport, and he literally lived and embodied the Bulls, right? He had a shoe contract with Nike going into the league, and it's still the biggest selling shoe in the world, right? And then on top of that, the guy had flash, he had pizzazz, he did these incredible moves, he gave you these acrobatic stuff. And then he was fundamentally sound, he was schooled well in the fundamentals of basketball. He was well schooled. He had been captain of, North Carolina team for X amount of years, from a rookie year, he started taking command of the sport and started taking it over. It was in the time of James Worthy and I forgot the other guy's name, who was also on the LA Lakers, and he actually played against them in 1990. So let me see if I can put this in perspective for you guys, how I think about this so-called GOAT status. The GOAT status for me doesn't exist in team sports. I agree with what Scottie Pippen said. So when LeBron James says, I am the GOAT, it doesn't mean much of anything, in my opinion. All right. Because it's a team sport. It's all about what was the best team in the NBA? If you want to talk about for a particular time who was the most valuable player, fine. And even then, you have to be kind of careful how you say that. Because again, everything's kind of manufactured. You know, Michael Jordan was able to merge the business of basketball with the actual sport of basketball and make it profitable, right? In the 1990s, Jordan's name was huge all over the world, right? And his shoes make him even huger, right? Lots of people like to buy Jordans. So my point being, when they talk this GOAT conversation, it's really to boost commerce. It's Michael Jordan's shoes they're really trying to push. That's why we keep on hearing Michael Jordan is the GOAT all the time, right? And you even hear players say that. Now, don't get me wrong, he's a phenomenal scorer, okay? He was great with defense as well. So he was a complete package. He had great defense. He was a great scorer. He primarily was seen and highlighted because he was the guy in the highlight reels dunking on people. He was a dunk contest. He could score. He was very aggressive. And also on top of that, you know, of scoring and making plays and being creative and, you know, dunking on people. He also had a sort of clutch killer mindset that, you know, we're coming for you and we will win. And he led the charge in that. So that was Michael Jordan. Okay. And in essence, okay. And to this day, I'm sure all of us wanted to be like Mike at some point because he was like this phenomenon. But some of that was actually created and marketed that way. So he was in commercials, he was in movies, he was in, you know, they had him on billboard signs, they had him in your face all the time, and he was pleasant to watch. I mean, the guy had swag. You know, he shaved his hair when he was starting to bald, and he was dressed appropriately. They had designer clothing for him and everything. So he looked fantastic, right? They packaged him a certain way. And the other thing they did, which is very important, is they minimized how much he talked. We didn't know who the real Michael Jordan was. There was a mystique behind him because they packaged him that way. He was packaged that way. He was a product. There's Michael Jordan, the product, and then there's Michael Jordan, the person. And when people started to find out who Michael Jordan was as a person, it was quite revolting. Okay. You know, but as a product, fantastic. Now, don't get me wrong. Michael Jordan is a guy who, he's not a bad guy. I mean, he's just like a typical guy like you and me. You see how I curse and swear? Sometimes he just does that, right? When he really wants to get things done, he'll find whatever way he can to get under your skin so he can get you motivated to do what you need to do. He's a guy that used to joke around. Um, he used to speak mad trash talk, right? So Jordan was a typical Black American person. Okay, he wasn't anything different or special, and even to this day, he's. And the other thing I like about Michael Jordan is, even though he does lie sometimes, but for the most part, he's a guy who he'll give you the straight. He'll straight shoot you. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. If he has to analyze you, he'll straight shoot you. He doesn't have any agenda behind it when he straight shoots you. Now, as having said that, he did lie about a couple of things. All right, and you know, he produced The Last Dance, and I think The Last Dance graded against The Last Nerve of his teammates. They all had issue with him because he edited out certain things to create a certain image. Of course, he was the guy that was producing it and so on. So for ESPN, and of course, it was in the COVID season, so all of that played a role, you know, in terms of entertainment. But it was basically, I don't want to disrespect Michael Jordan like that, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. It was really to sell his shoes. The Last Dance, all of that tra la 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 is to make him look greater than life, you know, and sell shoes. That's basically it. Okay. So that's why The Last Dance really irritated a lot of the members because a lot of it was edited out. They didn't show the whole thing. They didn't show what people said, and there's certain things that were left out, and so on. And the way how they characterized Scottie Pippen and how they characterized different members really had a lot of people fuming afterwards. And were like, hey man, Michael Jordan, what the fuck are you doing, man? It was like the Michael Jordan story, you know? And again, to sell shoes. Okay? That's what it's all about. At the end of the day, it's about a product. And his shoes sell. Right? Okay, so I'm going to now show you a couple things. And some of it's going to be revealing to you, and some of it's going to be revealing to me, but I just want to show you something. So I decided, instead of talking about this GOAT status and stuff, let's talk about let's talk about how Michael Jordan impacted the Bulls in an honest sort of way, looking at statistics, and how LeBron James impacted the various teams that he was on. Also, Michael Jordan impacting the Wizards. But I can't go through every single year that Jordan was there or every single year that LeBron was there, right? What I'm going to show you, first of all, is how the Chicago Bulls were doing the season before Michael Jordan came into them. I'll also show you how they progressed in the season before Michael Jordan had two key additional members, which was Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen. And then we will look year by year at how the Bulls progressed with that team until Jordan left and came back and then left again. And we'll see how the Chicago Bulls looked after he left. These are very important things to see because, as you will see, there's a significant something I want to show you about teams and their makeup. Okay, and the same thing I'm going to do with LeBron James, but he's more extensive because he was on 3 separate teams, and he's currently on the LA Lakers team. So, are you ready? Hold on to your socks and shoes. Here we go with some basketball. Okay? Here we go. All right, so the year before Michael Jordan came into the league, the Chicago Bulls, this is the 1983-1984 season, the Chicago Bulls, how did they perform? So let's look at their performance first. First of all, the head coach of the Chicago Bulls at the time was Kevin Lowry. Kevin Lowry. The general manager, Ron Thorne. So it was a different manager to the manager that was at the Bulls when the Bulls were there. And the head coach was a different coach than the Bulls got. Now remember, 2 very important things. When Michael Jordan came into the league, the management of the Chicago Bulls at the time, new management, decided, okay, we're going to build a team around this kid here, Michael Jordan. They had seen him, they had scouted him in the college basketball. They saw how fantastic he was. Michael Jordan wasn't the number 1 pick. The number 1 pick was Hakeem Olajuwon. He was the 3rd pick. And the Chicago Bulls were able to acquire him. And they decided, we're going to build a team around this guy. This guy's a superstar. We're going to build a team around him. Okay? All right. So this is before they built a team around him. In terms of their record for the year, the Bulls were 27-55. That is, they won 27. They lost 55. In the division that they were in at the time, it was called the Central Division. They were 5th. And in the Eastern Conference, they were 10th. They did not qualify to go to the playoffs. All this stuff here is very important. Okay. Here's the roster. Some of these people, I don't know if you know them, but you can follow them. David Corzine, Quinton Daly, Sidney Green, David Greenwood, Rod Higgins, Steve Johnson, Ronnie Lester, Jawan Oldham, Ennis Watley, and Orlando Woolridge. Okay? And these guys were pretty tall, most of them. You have them around 6'9", 7 feet to 7 feet, right? So they were relatively tall team. You had 2 point guards. You had Ronnie Lester, who was 6'2", and you had Quinton Daly, who was 6'3". Okay, but it was pretty much a tall team, right? Okay, and we already know the regular season stuff. They were fifth in the league, just above the Indiana Pacers. Right? They were 27-55. The Indiana Pacers were 26-36. Basically, the last in the season standings. In the Eastern Conference, they were the second to last. They were second to last in the league, just ahead of the Indiana Pacers. Everybody else was doing better than them. Okay, so they're getting their ass beat a lot. Okay. This is very important to understand. Okay. I'm not going to go into anything else right now. That's important. Now, having seen those stats, let's keep it moving. Shit. Oh, fuck you. Hold on a second. Okay. I don't have that shit. Are you serious? What the fuck? Okay. So Jordan, I don't have when Jordan actually came in, the year he came in, but that's okay. Let's look at, it's now 1985-1986 Chicago Bulls, the second year. I really should get when Jordan came in. Let me see if I can get that right now. Some bullshit. I thought I did. Okay, I see what happened. So the 84-85 year is what I need to get. For some reason, my dumbass didn't do that. You're gonna have to excuse me. Here's 84-85 season. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, you know what? Let me just do it in the video. Okay, so this is now the year when Michael Jordan comes into the league. The head coach is still Kevin Loughery, but now we don't just have Rod Thorne. He's there until March 26th of 1985, but he's replaced that same year by Jerry Krause. You must have heard that name before. Jerry Krause was the general manager of the Bulls. The owners were Arthur Wirtz with other investors, and he sold the team to Jerry Reinsdorf. So Jerry Reinsdorf, the team was sold because it was doing shit. It was like the second to last team in the league. We had a new manager that replaced Rod Thorne, and we had a new owner. And this is the same year they acquired Michael Jordan. And what's very important is these new people, it was them that acquired Michael Jordan. And they chose to build a team around him, okay? Okay, so let's look at that. So their record went up. Now they're 38-44. If you do recall, let me see if I can find it here. It's way up on top of here. This was their thing, 27-55. So now they're 38-44. Okay. And they're now third in the Central Division, seventh in the Eastern Conference. Okay. And they made it to the first round of the playoffs, but they lost to the Bucks. They won one game, and the Bucks won everything else. Apparently, at that time, you needed to win 3 games to move on. Okay. So now, here is our roster. So we have the same guys, Dave Corzine, Quinton Daly, who's a point guard, Sidney Green, Dave Greenwood, Rod Higgins, Steve Johnson, Cadwell Jones, Charles Jones. Michael Jordan comes into the team, and somebody else is traded out. I don't know exactly who. I could check. Wes Matthews, Jawan Oldham, Ennis Watley, and Orlando Woolridge. So all these guys are here. Somebody got traded. I don't know who it was. Because they kept the basic team is there, and Jordan is there with them. But hold on, let's find out who it was. It was traded out. Oh, you know what? Let me do this. Let me carry this up here. Go. There you go. So I can just go right next door. So let's see here. Who was it that got traded out? Nobody. Nobody got traded out. This is the team. Joanne Oldham. Let me see. Hold on a second. It's Joanne Oldham. Nope, Joanne Oldham's there. Nope, nobody got traded out. So Michael Jordan joined the team. That's so weird. Right? Now, there's a couple things I want to look at here. Let's look at the players' statistics on the team. Okay. So before Michael Jordan came in 1983, 1984, these were the statistics of the team members on that team. Okay. All right, here we go. The fuck is this? I want to know about your playing statistics, and you're giving me height and all this shit. The fuck? Don't you have any performance shit? Oh, what the hell? Fuck you. Blocks per game. There you go. There it is. Field goal percentage and all that. I'm not seeing that. What the fuck is this? I don't understand. Okay, I don't know what to say. I'll just forget about it. Wait. Hold on. What's this? No, this is the roster. What the hell? Man, whatever, man. Regular season. Okay, this is just the season. I don't know why sometimes in life I just can't get what I want to see. So it is what it is. So they were second to last in the league in 1984. 1983-84, sorry. And here is what their regular season looked like. As you can see, they're now way up. They're ahead of the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Atlanta Hawks, and the Indiana Pacers. Remember, they were at the bottom. Used to be below those guys. But now they had a respectable wins, losses, almost 50-50, right? They show you here the percentage that they had was .463. So they were only behind the Detroit Pistons and the Milwaukee Bucks. Right, and they did play the Milwaukee Bucks in the playoffs. So now they were 7th. So they're not at the bottom of the table anymore. They moved up. They moved up three positions. Okay? They were behind the Boston Celtics, the Milwaukee Bucks, Philadelphia 76ers, the Detroit Pistons, the New Jersey Nets, and the Washington Bullets. Head of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Atlanta Hawks, New York Knicks, and Indiana Pacers. All right? And this is significant because this is his rookie year. And this ninja comes in there and does that. Rookie year. Okay? Hold on a second. Let me see something here. What's game log? I don't care about that. The playoffs, as you see, at home they won 1, lost 1, and on the road they lost 2. All right. Okay. So Michael Jordan made a big difference in the Bulls. They were shit team, and then they started to become more of a, the average team out there, right? Okay. So here's Michael Jordan. This is the year before Scottie Pippen. The question is this team building or is it just a fluke? The rookie, can he maintain that momentum and get better, right? And then how's the team performing? This is very important. So in 1989, 1985, 1986, the Bulls acquired forward Charles Oakley from the Cleveland Cavaliers, veteran guard George Gervin. Oh, George Gervin. Wow. From the San Antonio Spurs, and signed free agent guards Kyle Macy and John Paxson. So Paxson came in the year after Jordan had been there. The season was a near disaster as Michael Jordan was lost for much of the regular season due to a broken foot. Despite the injury to Jordan, the team managed to qualify for the NBA playoffs. So now we have some additional elements here which are really good. You have Charles Oakley, physical player. You had George Gervin from the Spurs. The Spurs was a championship team, and they were at the top of the table for a while. And then you had Kyle Macy and John Paxson, who were free agents. And John Paxson were guards. Okay. Now, mind you, the head coach changed. Now the head coach was Stan Albeck. The general manager was Jerry Krause, and the owner Jerry Reinsdorf. Okay. They had a 52 season, so it dropped. They didn't do as well. In the division, they were 4th in the Central Division, and in the conference, they were 8th. They got knocked out of the first round of the playoffs to Larry Bird's Celtics. Okay? But they did make the playoffs again. Now, remember, Michael Jordan wasn't there for most of the time. Okay. So now we have something that looks a little different, right? You got George Gervin in there. You got Michael Jordan. You got Charles Oakley. We have John Paxson. And I see some new names like Mike Smrek. Who else is a new name here? Gene Banks. These are all new names. All right. Now, Paxson was supposed to be a guard. Of course, he's coming off the bench. He's 6'2", so he's a guard. And Oakley would be a power forward, more than likely. 6'9". Did they say Oakley was injured as well. No. Oakley wasn't injured. Sorry, my bad. All right. So the team in the regular season, didn't perform as well. Okay, they didn't perform as well. But they still managed to stay in the position they were before, in the middle of the chart. So they were better than the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Indiana Pacers in the Central Division. The Bucks, the Hawks, and the Pistons were ahead of them, like they were before. And in the rankings, they fell down by 1. So they fell down by 1. The New Jersey Nets now were ahead of them. All right. But that's, again, Jordan was injured during that year. So, but he came back and they were able to make the playoffs. Okay. So that's the year before the Bulls underwent yet another change. Okay. And let's look at that. And why I say the Bulls and why I look at the Bulls is because you need to see the evolution of a team. And to me, this is the more important thing. Yes, Michael Jordan was an important piece to the team. And yes, the team was built around Michael Jordan. And that was a conscious decision by the management of the Bulls. But what's more important for you to understand is how the team was being assembled. Well, let's talk about it a little bit more. In the 1987-1988 NBA season, which was the 22nd season of the Chicago Bulls in the NBA, the Bulls received 8th overall pick in the 1987 NBA draft and selected center Olden Polynice from the University of Virginia, but soon traded him to the Seattle Supersonics in exchange for a rookie small forward and top draft pick, Scottie Pippen, from the University of Central Arkansas. The team also had the 10th overall pick and selected power forward Horace Grant out of Clemson University. So this was the year when Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen were added to the team, which had Charles Oakley in there, right? We had John Paxson in there, and then we also had a couple other people that were new to the team. Okay, so there's these changes that were made. Of course, Jordan wasn't there, but because, again, look at this. Jordan wasn't there most of the season, and yet the team was able to make the playoffs without Jordan there significant time, showing you that the Chicago Bulls was improving as a team and wasn't heavily dependent on Michael Jordan at the time. to get back to the playoffs. Jordan initiated, he was like the spark that started the thing. And individually, he helped to claw that team into the playoffs in 1984. But in 1985, in 1984, 1985 season, whatever. In 1985, 1986 season, the team actually, feeding off of that energy that Michael Jordan started them with, and the additional members, the John Paxson's in there, the Charles Oakley's in there that get that physical presence, they started to shoot forward. And even though they had a mostly abysmal season, I guess Michael Jordan, when he came back, he kind of pulled them over the line. The point is that the team was able to do some heavy lifting without the presence of Michael Jordan there. Not to say that they were winning a lot of stuff. Apparently, they lost a lot of stuff. It's Jordan that kind of got them there. But I'm just saying, it's still interesting because the team is evolving. You're getting these little pieces of the puzzle put together. Now we see two more pieces of the puzzle putting together on this team. And then the head coach was also changed. So the coach that was there, he was removed, and Doug Collins replaced the coach that was there before. So now you have a coach who I think Michael Jordan was somewhat familiar with, even though he clashed with Doug Collins a lot. But look at their record. Their record now is 50-32, which is a 61% or 0.61. That's really great. That's fantastic. For a team that was shit to get to that level within 2 years, that's crazy. Or 3 years. Is it 3 years? 3 years probably. Yes, 3 years. But the point anyway is they now moved to second in the Central Division and third in the Eastern Conference. And can you guess who were the two teams that were ahead of it? Yes. One is the Pistons, obviously. What was the other one? Would it have been Boston? Would it be the Celtics? I don't know. But anyway, they lost to the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals. They won one game, but they lost 4. So this is the first time they encountered the Pistons, and they lost to them. Now, here's the other interesting thing here. So let's look at the roster here. So the roster looks a little bit different, right? Dave Corzine's still there. Mike Brown's still there. Horace Grant is now there. Michael Jordan, Charles Oakley is now there. John Paxson, Scottie Pippen, right? These guys are there. I don't know why Scottie Pippen's 6'7" and Scottie Pippen's like 6'9". Maybe he was 6'7" at the time. I don't know. Probably got a growth spurt or whatever. But these were new people. So now you have a new coach. You have almost a new look of the team. Some people are gone, right? Granville Waiters, who's that guy? Never saw him before. Sam Vincent, who's that guy? Elston Turner, Rory Sparrow. So it's almost a totally different team. We didn't hear about these other guys that got traded out or whatever. But Dave Corzone's still there. But you got almost a fresh team is happening here. Let me show you how new and guys who turned out to be superstars and guys who won rings and stuff. Horace Grant, Michael Jordan, Charles Oakley, John Paxson, Scottie Pippen. Right? Those were like the glowing guys on the team. So they did really, really well. And here's what they looked like in the regular season. Just behind the Detroit Pistons was the Chicago Bulls. So they were number 2. They beat back the Atlanta Hawks with Dominic Wilkins. They beat back the Milwaukee Bucks. It used to be ahead of them. And of course, they beat Cleveland and the Indiana Pacers. They were now second in the league it's second in the Central Division, in terms of their standings. And in the Eastern Conference, like I said, Boston Celtics, Detroit Pistons were ahead of them. Those were the guys now they had to overcome. And this was back in the year 1988. Okay, this is 1988 season. So in 1988, they first encountered the Detroit Pistons. They couldn't get past them, but they did win a game. Okay, they did win a game. All right, So you see the team being formed. It's changing from the team that it once was. Right? People are getting traded out and people are being brought in. That's an important point that a lot of people don't talk about. And a lot of these success stories with people winning with teams is because the teams are changing. Okay. And that's why I said, if you want to talk about GOAT conversation with basketball, you got to talk about teams. What's the GOAT team there? Okay, 1988 to 1989. So the first time they encountered the Pistons, they bust their ass. Okay, cool. We have a new coach, Doug Collins, and we have some new team members, right? We have Paxson. We have Oakley, Pippen, Grant, Michael, okay? And some other guys. And now, in the 1989 season, they received Will Perdue. So Will Perdue came to the team. And also Bill Cartwright from the New York Knicks. And then three-point specialist Greg Hodges from the Phoenix Suns. So now you have Bill Cartwright, Greg Hodges, Will Perdue, who are added to the team. And now the Bulls starts to look like the Bulls you know. Will Perdue is the center, right? Now, they didn't do as well as the year before. They had a 47 and 35, but that's not that bad. That's not bad either. That's not a bad season at all. In the division, they finished 5th in the Central Division and 6th in the Eastern Conference. So they kind of declined a bit. This time, they lost to the Pistons 2-4 in the Eastern Conference Finals, meaning they won 2 games. They won 2 games. So they're finally improving against the Pistons. And again, they bounced up the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals. So here's the roster. Bill Cartwright. Dave Corzine still there. So that means he's a good player. We now have somebody named Charles Davis. I don't know who that is. Then you got Horace Grant, Jack Haley, Craig Hodges, Michael Jordan, John Paxson, Will Perdue, Scottie Pippen. It's almost a completely new team. Brad Sellis was there before. Sam Vincent was a point guard. So, yep, there you see it. Point guard. Brad Sellis is a forward. Scottie Pippen's a forward. This is the center. Will Perdue became the center. John Paxson's a guard. Michael Jordan's a guard. Craig Hodges is a guard. These are all new people I'm talking about here. Greg Hodges specialized in the three-point plays. Okay. Then you've got here Jack Haley, who is a forward, but he's also a center. Horace Grant's a forward. Charles Davis is a forward. But notice that Charles Oakley is gone. Charles Oakley is gone. He's traded to some other team. So there's no Charles Oakley there anymore. Dave Corzine, he's a center, and that's why Dave Corzine's there. He's been there for a while. And Bill Cartwright is also a center. Okay? So now the team's pretty much a new team. The only people that are there from before are David Corzine, Jack Haley, Brad Sellis, and Sam Vincent. Right? Those are the only guys that are still there. All right. So it's almost a completely different team. And here's the interesting thing. The team in the regular season didn't do as well as before, as you can see here. Central Division, they're close to the bottom, right? But they had 47 and 35. 47 and 35 is not bad. It's just that the other teams, they started to improve. They're doing a lot better. The Detroit Pistons was 63 and 19. So they were like winning everything. The Cleveland Cavaliers were 57 and 25. So they came up out of nowhere and they're back up on top. The Atlanta Hawks was 52 and 30, and the Milwaukee Bucks were 49 and 33. The Bulls didn't do bad. 47 and 35 got them, I think, somewhere in the middle. But for some reason this time, they're close to the bottom of the thing. They're actually in the middle of the thing, actually, because they're ahead of Philadelphia, the Celtics, even ahead of the Celtics, which is kind of amazing. The Washington Bullets, the Indiana Pacers, the New Jersey Nets, and the Charlotte Hornets. It seems as though there's some new teams that came up. And yeah, they're behind the Milwaukee Bucks, Atlanta Hawks, Cleveland Cavaliers, New York Knicks, and Detroit Pistons. Kind of like what happened back in the day when Jordan came on the team. They're kind of in the center of the league, but still in the upper echelons of the center of the league. Just almost smack dab in the center, but it's a little bit in the upper echelons of the center. But this is interesting because what this team now is not the same team. The only players that are there are one or two players that were there from before, and one of them is a center and one of them is a guard. So, and there's one that's a forward too. But you can see the team is now changed significantly, again, around Michael Jordan. Okay. In the 1989-1990 NBA season, the Bulls received the 6th overall pick in the 1989 NBA draft from the New Jersey Nets via trade and selected power forward Stacey King from the University of Oklahoma. Also selected point guard B.J. Armstrong from the University of Iowa. Despite their solid playoff run last year, the team fired head coach Doug Collins and replaced him with Phil Jackson. So now we have yet another head coach. In the year when they're playing in 1990, we now have Phil Jackson, who is the head coach of the Bulls in 1990. And so that they changed the coach and they included Stacey King and B.J. Armstrong. And for those of you who do not know who Stacey King is, I'm sure there's a picture of him somewhere. But anyway, that's besides the point. They had a really terrific run, 55-27, again, 0.671 or 67.1% success rate. They were second in the division, the Central Division, and third in the Eastern Conference. And they lost to the Pistons by the hairline of the hairline. It went to 7 games, and they won 3, and the Pistons won the final one, probably the 4th. Isn't that amazing? Now, they talked about Scottie Pippen and his headache and stuff in the last dance because Scottie Pippen wasn't able to finish that one off, and that's why they probably lost too. But say what you want. It's incredible. Their run is really great now, but it's a whole different team. Now, let's look at the roster. So now we have B.J. Armstrong there, Bill Cartwright. Charles Davis is still there. He's a forward. Horace Grant, Greg Hodges, Michael Jordan, Stacey King, the addition there. He's a forward. Ed Neely, never heard of him. He's a forward too. Never heard of him though. John Paxson, who's a guard. Will Perdue, who's the center now. He's like the bona fide center because the other center's gone. They replaced the centers now with Bill Cartwright and Will Perdue. Scottie Pippen, who's a forward, and Jeff Sanders. Jeff Sanders is probably the only guy that remains of the old team. So they almost completely rebuilt this team, and they did tremendously well. This is a team that used to be at the bottom of the league in the Eastern Conference, and this team now is second in the league behind the Pistons. So we have now in the Central Division, the Detroit Pistons, the Chicago Bulls, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Indiana Pacers, and he's second in the league there. And then when we look, the only 2 teams that are better than the Chicago Bulls in terms of performance in the regular season is the Philadelphia 76ers and the Detroit Pistons. And very importantly, the Bulls have been to the Eastern Conference Finals now. This will be their 3rd time, right? With the addition of all these extra elements, they've almost beaten the Pistons. It was a very close game. All right, so You see how this team is totally transformed from the team that it used to be due to the vision of Jerry Krause and Jerry Reinsdorf. They're the ones hiring and firing. They changed head coaches at least 4 times, right? So I want you to understand it was a process. Okay, it's a process to get there. And everybody kind of credits Michael Jordan. That's cool. That's cool. The team was built around him. But if you look at that team and what you're building and the kind of skill sets and the people that are being brought to the team, you have to understand it was a totally different team. It wasn't Michael Jordan leading the Bulls team with all these non-skilled members and they're adding on, like Pippen, and it was just Jordan and Pippen that got them to where they were. No, it's not that. That's a fake story. They had to rebuild the team from scratch. Okay? Rome is not built in a day, right? So that is why, and you're going to see it with LeBron James as well. That is why I say you can talk about GOAT teams. And again, a lot of people don't understand the general manager, Jerry Krause, and the owner, Jerry Reinsdorf, but particularly Jerry Krause was the one that built this team. You understand? He took advice, I'm sure, from the players and different people and scouts, but he built the team. And that is why you can't just go at Jerry Krause like that. You can't just go at Jerry Reinsdorf just like that, because these are the guys that created this dynasty. They put the pieces together, and then the pieces had to operate. And I'm not saying that the pieces that were operating shouldn't get most of the credit, because sometimes you recruit the number 1 draft pick like Kwame Brown, and he don't perform like you want him to. You know what I'm saying? So these pieces started to perform as they should. Phil Jackson was a piece that they got. That was a really good deal, because Phil had success. He had actually brought teams to championships before. Though they weren't the NBA teams, they were Puerto Rican teams, and they were, another league. It's an American league. I think it was called the TBL, the basketball league, right? He brought them to the championship. So if Phil had experience coaching a team into a championship. He was the assistant also coach for, I think it was the New Jersey Nets for a period of time. And then he was the assistant coach, actually, of the Bulls. And so he replaced the guy, Doug Collins. Doug Collins was the head coach. He was the assistant coach. So they replaced Doug Collins with Phil Jackson. And that was a big difference, because Phil Jackson started working the triangle offense and the triangle defense, and he incorporated it into it for a year. And what was this? This was his first year as head trainer of the Bulls, and he incorporated the triangle offense and defense into it, and they ran it, and apparently it really created some great results, So this is the tipping point when the Bulls, I didn't say Michael Jordan, I didn't say Scottie Pippen, I said the Bulls were about to cross that hedge, cross over into the, into their dynasty. So this is the brink right here. Okay, now I got so much to say, but I'm going to take it bit by bit. We're going to go through the data, and that's how we will do what we're doing. Now, feel free to comment. The only thing is I can't see your comments, but I'm going to try right now to see your comments if you have said anything. So if you said anything to me, let me have a look and see if you said anything to me. Ooh, you guys be saying so much. Look at you. You guys are talking up a storm. Daniel Rios, shout out to you, my brother. Who's the other person there? I can't see. Hold on a second. I just saw the comments. Wow, you guys are lighting up the place with your comments. That's great. Keep it chattering. Keep it chattering in the chat. Keep it going. I like to talk boxing, but every now and then, I was looking at this dynasty, and I wanted to be able to somehow articulate a bigger, better picture than what, the general consensus is in the mainstream media and so on. Don't get me wrong. Jordan became a legend because of these very strategic moves by Jerry Krause and by Jerry Reinsdorf. Okay, they had a vision, and I wouldn't be surprised they kind of consulted Michael Jordan as well on it, and Jordan had a part to play in this vision. But the point is that they took a team that was shit, right? It was trash. It was a trash team. Dude sold off the team to them, and they started building this team. And they used different, coaches, and they try to get, the most out of the team. And they started to put the pieces together. All right, you get in the picture of what's really going on here? All right, so the 1990-1991 Chicago Bulls, the season with them, let's talk about it. In that season, they acquired a gentleman named Dennis Hobson from the New Jersey Nets and signed free agent Cliff Livingston. Now, you would ask me, who the fuck is Dennis Hobson, right? And who the hell is Cliff Livingston? I don't know. I never hear about them. But let's see what kind of positions they were playing and if they stayed with the Bulls after the championship. So apparently these guys have rings. Dennis Hobson. I know you guys might look at me like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know basketball? What are you talking about? First time I'm hearing about them. I guess they were on the bench or something. I don't know what happened. But these motherfucking Bulls had a career high season ever. 61-21 with a 74.4% success rate. They were the first in the Central Conference, and they were the first in the Eastern Conference. And they became the fucking NBA champions, beating the Lakers 4-1. So this was the year that broke them out. Okay? B.J. Armstrong was there. You look at this, and it's a young group of basketball players, too. You remember the Bulls was kind of an old team as well. So they really revitalized that team and really got that team to where it needs to be. Shooting guard, B.J. Armstrong. Center, Bill Cartwright. Forward, Horace Grant. These are names you know. Greg Hodges, the three-point guy, Greg Hodges. Dennis Hobson, who is a guard / forward. That's Dennis Hobson. I don't know anything about this guy. I can't remember him for nothing. I don't know if he played, how many minutes he got. They had Michael Jordan. So this guy got a free ring. He came in at the right time. Don't ask me what Dennis Hobson did. I can't remember him. Michael Jordan, guard. And I'm not trying to throw shade at Dennis Hobson. I just don't remember him. If you guys know who Dennis Hobson is, please put it in the comments. I'm an ignorant guy when it comes to that. I can't remember him. I just can't. I do remember Stacey King, who was a forward, also center. I remember Michael Jordan, of course. Cliff Livingston is the other guy. 6'8", he was a forward. I don't remember him. John Paxson, we all remember him. Will Perdue, we all remember him. Scottie Pippen was still a forward there. 6'7", whatever he was. And then Scott Williams. I do remember Scott Williams as well. This is a completely new team now. There's nobody from the old team left back. Completely new team now. They used to be guys from the old team, but this is a completely new team. And the performance of this fucking team is phenomenal. And they deserve to be champions. They ruled the Central Division ahead of the Detroit Pistons. 61 wins, 21 losses. They are now where I can't remember who they were. I think it was the Detroit Pistons, where the Detroit Pistons were. They had the kind of, and I believe it's because they beat the Detroit Pistons also during the season. That's ridiculous, man. Out of 82 games, they won 61 of them. At home, they won it 35-6, and on the road, 25-15. That's some crazy shit right there. So they took over, man. And you can see here in the Eastern Conference now, they're ahead of the Boston Celtics, who were ahead of the Detroit Pistons. And they're ahead of everybody. They just running shit. So this is the new team. It's complete. They put in all the little touches on it. And this team is a team with B.J. Armstrong, Horace Grant. You guys remember Horace Grant for the finish. He became a star forward, right? Horace Grant. He always had the finish. You know, a lot of forwards didn't really. Horace Grant was, you hear Horace. So this is where the emergence of these big names started to happen. You always hear B.J. Armstrong. You always heard about B.J. Armstrong, right? Bill Cartwright was always the center with Will Perdue. We hear more about Will Perdue than Bill Cartwright. Bill Cartwright was also the center. He did his thing. Then I don't know if he was a tremendous scoring center, but he did his thing. You know what I mean? And then you always heard about Horace Grant. In fact, in terms of the offensive line, actually, hold on a second. So this is the roster. I think you should have something on performance somewhere there. I'm going to show you the points that they actually scored. Of course, you heard about Michael Jordan, not so much about Greg Hodges, but you always heard about John Paxson. You know, Jordan would pass the ball to Paxson, or, you know, Pippen would pass the ball, right? You got Will Perdue, you have Scottie Pippen, and Scott Williams. Of course, we know Scott Williams, right? Okay, so I want to show you some stuff now. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay, so in the regular season, so you have games played, 82 games played. B.J. Armstrong played all 82 games. Bill Cartwright, he played 79 games. Horace Grant played 78 games. Greg Hodges played 73 games. Dennis Hopson, 61 games, so he probably was injured or something. Michael Jordan played all 82 games. So BJ and Michael, look at the work ethic. You have to look at how many games they played. Work ethic, you know. Stacey King played 76 games. Cliff Livingston, 78 games. John Paxson, 82 games. See, you could tell the guys, that they count on them for scoring and moving the ball up the court. And you could tell the important players because they got to be there all the time. Will Perdue, 74 games. Scottie Pippen, 82 games. Look at the names. Pippen, Paxson, Jordan, B.J. Armstrong. These were the guys that really got the team to where it was because you could see their commitment, right? Okay. Now, let me see here. What I got to do? Click on this fucking thing? All right. What the fuck? What the hell's wrong with... Okay, there you go. Okay. All right, hold on. Scroll down, motherfucker. Okay. Okay, points per game. Points per game. B.J. Armstrong delivered 8.8 points per game. Basically 9 points, okay? You don't have no such thing as 8.8, all right? Bill Cartwright, he delivered 10 points a game. You can see the important players in terms of scoring first. We'll talk about scoring, and then we'll talk about other things after. Horace Grant. Horace Grant offered 13 points a game. So Horace Grant was one of the big scorers for the Bulls. I know that doesn't sound like much points, but that's an average, right? You might sometimes score 24 a night. Sometimes you might score 5. You understand? That's how it goes. All right, so that's an average. Greg Hodges, who was the three-point player, he only scored 5 points a game, meaning he wasn't, they didn't pass the ball to him to shoot threes for some reason, okay? Dennis Hopson, this is why I don't remember Dennis Hopson, because offensively, he didn't do much of anything. He only had 4.3 points per game. Michael Jordan, of course, overcompensating for everybody. And he had 31.5 points per game, or 32 points a game. You just round it off. Stacey King, 5 points, 6 points a game. Again, it's kind of, not really an offensive guy, maybe more playing defense. Cliff Livingston, 4 points a game. Yeah, he was more defensive again. John Paxson, however, had 9 points a game. So B.J. Armstrong, come on. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the hell? Shit. All right, B.J. Armstrong, Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant. What the fuck is wrong with this thing, bro? Horace Grant was one of the major scorers, like I said. Michael Jordan, John Paxson, right? But Horace Grant was a major scorer. He's a power forward and all that. But Paxson would give you the three when you needed. He was clutch. I mean, he was freaking clutch. Well, Purdue didn't really do anything. As a center, he wasn't really scoring. That's what I mean. He was just kind of body or presence, which is probably why Michael Jordan treated him the way he did. I think Luke Longley was a better player than Will Purdue, but then no disrespect. Offensively. Not going to say defensively. Will Purdue did his thing defensively, but offensively. And you can see this is a defensive team. And the only other big major scorer on the team was Scottie Pippen. As a power forward, he scored basically 18 points. So Jordan scored 32, Pippen 18, and Grant with 13. That's why Pippen said, in the first set of Bulls, you're talking about me, Grant, Jordan. That's what I want. And you could give me anybody else, That's why Pippen was saying that. Because they were the major scorers on the team. All right? They're the major ones in the regular season. We'll look at, I don't know if we have championship graphics to see there. But B.J. Armstrong as a point guard, he had decent numbers for a point guard. And then you had Bill Cartwright as a center. He actually, what the fuck? What is wrong with this thing? I don't know, bro. As a center, what the fuck, dude? As a center, he had decent stats. He had 10 points a game, which is pretty decent for a center. I mean, he's not a major play center, but you can see he had offense. Horace Grant was a major guy. All these guys are more for decent defense. And then you had here John Paxson, who was, again, an offensive weapon when needed. Okay? This is the playoffs. This is different. In the playoffs, it's always different. Okay? So in the the fuck? The fuck is going on? Why am I up there? You bitch. But what the fuck? What the fuck? The hell? Okay, there you go. Okay, I got it to move. This is some crazy shit, bro. Okay, in the playoffs, B.J. Armstrong didn't do much of anything. Bill Cartwright still put up his 10, so he's very consistent. In the season and in the playoffs, he kept his 10, right? Horace Grant did better. He got 13. Before that, he had 13 as well. Okay, so he stayed consistent. So Horace Grant put up his numbers. Season or no season, he gonna put up his numbers. Jordan put up a little less than he normally did. So he put 31 points per game. It is the playoffs, and it is the Pistons they're going up against. So, you know what I mean? Who's this? John Paxson, he put up 8 points. Scottie Pippen, however, motherfucker. Scottie Pippen put up more points than he did before. Clearly, in the season, he only had 18 points, but his game literally raised for the playoffs in terms of scoring. I'm sure it raised in other areas as well. We'll look at that in a minute. But he had 22 points on average, which is crazy. 22 points. So his game raised. Okay, so, interesting. All right, so let's look at some other things here. Field goal percentage, we're going to look at. 3-point field goal percentage. Minutes per game. Going to look at all of that. Free throws. Steals per game. We're going to look at that, okay? Because rebounds, blocks per game. Okay? You know why we're going to do that? Games played, right? We're going to look at that because some of this stuff is defense like rebounds, blocks, assists, right? These are all important things. Minutes, free throws, steals is defense. So steals, rebounds, and blocks, that's all defense. Okay. We'll look at how many minutes these guys played. We'll look at free throw percentages, 3-point field goals, and stuff like that. Okay. B.J. Armstrong. B.J. Armstrong was never a starter. It was a backup. Okay. MPG. Minutes per game. He had 21.1 minutes in the game. So he was an important player because he had a lot of minutes. If you look at some of these players like Greg Hodges, he ain't got a lot of minutes. He's not a starter. Dennis Hobson, he ain't got no minutes. He's a starter. So they had a bench. So these are guys that were on the bench. You had Greg Hodges, Dennis Hobson. B.J. Armstrong really wasn't a bench guy, a bench warmer, because you can see how many minutes he had in the game. The game has like 45 minutes, something like that. Stacey King, they used him sometimes. They didn't use him sometimes. Right? 16 minutes per game. Cliff Livingston, again, a bench warmer. I remember Cliff Livingston now. I'm remembering his face. John Paxson, they needed him. 24 minutes. Right? He was a starter as well. He started 82 games. Will Perdue, he started 3 games, and then they say, you know what, you need a bench warm. We'll take you in the second half. Scottie Pippen, 36 minutes. You see how important he is. Michael Jordan, 37 minutes. Horace Grant, 33 minutes. These are the important guys. Bill Cartwright, he not no bench warmer. Tell you that right now. All right? Now, these are important points to note. So Paxson and all those guys, they got their minutes, right? All right, now let's go into this. So games started. You're talking about Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant, Michael Jordan, John Paxson, Scottie Pippen. These are the starters. They tried Will Perdue, and then they said, "Nah, fuck that." They tried Stacey King for a couple games. Maybe because some other person was injured or whatever. But for the most part, the other guys, they be on the bench for a minute and then they come out to play. They like the second tier or the second wind. You know, when somebody needs to come out, they sub for that person. All right. Field goal percentage. B.J. Armstrong had a 48% field goal percentage. Bill Cartwright had a 49%. Horace Grant was a decent free throw shooter. He had a 55%. Greg Hodges, strangely enough, supposed to be brought in for the threes, but he's a 42% shooter. Dennis Hobson, same thing. And Michael Jordan had a 54%, so he's kind of like Horace Grant. Grant would sink his shots. Jordan would sink his shots. At least better than everybody else. Paxson, again, another sharpshooter. He was the real deal. He 55%. So he was even better than Jordan and Horace Grant. Pippen had 52%. So Pippen was pretty good. Scott Williams as well on the team. See, you have to look at it as a team. 3-point percentage. This is a very important thing. B.J. motherfucking Armstrong had the highest 3-point percentage. This is why they had him. He could shoot a 3 like a dagger. And John Paxson was the other guy. Scott Williams also was pretty good. Strangely enough, Pippen had a 31%. John fucking Paxson, where are you? John Paxson was clinical, man. This motherfucker had a 44%. And boy, when it comes to clutch plays, this motherfucker used to bring it. Okay? Wait a minute, hold on a second. Let me see. Yeah, he was a good free thrower, and he was definitely a shooting guard on the perimeter. Okay? And interestingly enough, Scott Williams also was a good shooting guard. I did not know that. Maybe didn't give him enough opportunities. But B.J. Armstrong was another motherfucker. I mean, this motherfucker used to knock down threes like he's a bad motherfucker. All right. Free throws. B.J. Armstrong. Oh my God. B.J. Armstrong had an 87% free throw. This motherfucker could stroke a ball. The other person, good God, Greg Hodges. You want to get this guy on the free throw line. You know, not only could he shoot the three, well, they brought him in to shoot the three, but also if you foul his ass and he had to go to the free throw line, he's more than likely going to make it because he had a 96% free throw percentage. All right, that motherfucker could sink that shot with his eyes closed. Michael motherfucking Jordan had an 85% free throw line, percentage, which is very good. He was a 31, in shooting threes, he's 31%. Scottie Pippen was 31% as well. So Scottie and Jordan actually had about, at that time at least, they had about the same sort of 3-point percentage. The killers was B.J. Armstrong, motherfucking Paxson, and Scott Williams. They were the motherfuckers. And when it comes to free throw lines, you really want to get Greg Hodges on the free throw line. You want to make sure his ass get fouled and he can shoot. You understand? Do you understand? It's about building teams. You know where you get something like that? The NFL. You could have a star player in the NFL, but it's really their team that wins the game. You understand what I'm saying? And that's how you should think of basketball to some degree. And I wish people would see it that way, but they don't. They usually think it is what it is. So you have to understand who the killers on that fucking team was. If you foul Greg Hodges, you're not going to get him to miss a free throw. He was clinic when it comes to hitting threes. He was clinic about hitting the free throw. You know, he's above average when it comes to hitting threes in the game. But the killers in hitting threes, and that's why we always talk about B.J. Armstrong, B.J. motherfucking Armstrong, Bill Paxton, and Scott Williams, they used to bury those motherfucking trees in the game. Okay, they were bad motherfuckers in 1991. Okay? And nobody talks about these guys anymore. It's Michael Jordan. That's cool. I get it. He's terrific to watch and all of that shit. But it wasn't just Jordan, yo. It wasn't. They had to change the whole fucking team. They had to build a team. It was the Chicago motherfucking Bulls. And it was a new team. It wasn't the same guys. Jordan with the same guys wouldn't have done shit. He would keep on getting swept year after year after year. He wouldn't have done nothing. They had to break down that old team and bring a new team into the thing. Build players around him. You got it? All right, cool. So let's keep it going. Rebounds per game. B.J. Armstrong had 2 rebounds per game, which is pretty good. Cartwright, who was a center, Bill Cartwright, who was a center, he had 6 rebounds per game. I'm not going to do the 6.2 shit. Fuck that. That's stupid. You don't have 6.2 rebounds. There's nobody in this world. You round it off to the nearest whole number, okay? Horace Grant had 8 rebounds. So Horace Grant was one of the go-to rebounders in the Bulls team. Now, when the second season with the second three-peat with the Bulls, it was Dennis Rodman, who was the main rebounder. Right? Cartwright's the center, so you expect him, and he's tall. He's like almost 7 feet. So he used to rebound the ball. But fucking Horace Grant. I want you guys to pay attention to Horace Grant. Horace Grant had a decent field goal percentage in the field. Okay? He was a 3-point shooter, but he had also a decent free throw percentage. And the motherfucker used to rebound the ball better than the centers or anybody on the team. He out-rebounded everybody on the team. That includes Michael Jordan. That includes everybody. He was better than Scottie Pippen in rebounding, okay? And Michael Jordan wasn't backward. 6 rebounds per game. All right? All-around player. Good free throws. Good 3-point average. Good field goal percentage, right? Pippen was the same thing. Pippen's almost like identical to Jordan, but just smaller figures. If you look at Pippen somewhere here, where is he? Yeah, Scottie Pippen right down here, right? So if you look at it again, he's got around about the same field goal percentage. Jordan's a little higher. He's 54%. Scottie's 52. You look at the three-point plays, they both have the same percentage, 31%. You look at their free throws. Jordan's a significantly better free throw shooter than Scottie. Scottie's 71%. Jordan's 85%, which means 85%, which is that's 14% more. So Jordan's much more clutch when it comes to free throws than Scottie, right? But you can see they're around about the same. And if you look, in terms of rebounds per game, this is an interesting statistic. Scottie is actually significantly better. Well, not significantly, but he's a little bit better than Jordan. So Jordan gets 6 rebounds a game. Scottie gets 7 rebounds a game. But motherfucking Horace Grant gets 8 rebounds a game. But again, Scottie's an all-around player. You can see that. He's an all-around. You could see it. Like, even when he came into the league, and even though he's playing a forward position, he's not playing point guard position, he's not setting the plays, he's not setting up the triangle offense, right? That's still BJ kind of doing it. But you could see that he's an all-around player like Michael Jordan. No other player on that team is all-around as Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. They are the all-around players on the team. Paxson's really, and then you have members of the team that are just really good at certain things, right? Really fucking good at certain things. So, and that's what the black is for. Okay, let's look at the other thing here. So we have rebounds. Horace Grant is the beast when it comes to rebounding. Then you got Pippen, then you got Michael. Okay? But that's important. Rebounds shows defense. So this is the first defensive thing we're seeing, right? Everything else was scoring, offense. Then you have APG. APG is assists per game. Guess who has the most assists per game? And he's a power forward. And that's probably why something clicked in Phil Jackson's head and he said, hey, you know what? This guy needs to be the point guard, what we call point forward now. The guy with the most assists per game is Scottie fucking Pippen. 6 assists per game. Right? The next in line is guess who? Who's next in line? That's right. Michael motherfucking Jordan. And I don't know why this fucking thing is doing that again. The fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck? Man, it wouldn't scroll. Michael Jordan. Right? He's after Scottie Pippen. So Scottie Pippen has 6 assists per game. So does Michael Jordan. But because they're doing 5.5 or whatever. Okay. The other person is John Paxson. That's it. So you can credit Paxson with having 4 and Jordan and Pippen having 6. Those were the 3 guys that moved the ball around, and when they moved the ball around, it scored. That's what assists mean. Of course, they'd probably be feeding into Horace Grant or Cartwright or somebody. Steals per game. This is interesting. Steals per game. Horace Grant. He'd have 1 steal per game. You know who this guy is. This is Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan, 3 steals per game. Scottie Pippen, 2 steals per game. Okay? Blocks per game. Guess who has it? Motherfucking Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen has 1 block per game. Michael Jordan has 1 block per game, but Pippen's kind of edges out Jordan in that because, you know, he blocks a little bit more than Jordan. But it doesn't show there. But basically, on average, it's 1 block per game. But when you look at the individual games, you see Pippen blocks a little bit more. All right? Now I'm going to show you something because I want to show you something. Final statistic, we already talked about it. Jordan was the major scorer on the team. Then you had Scottie Pippen, then you had Horace Grant, right? Now let's look at the playoffs because that's where it really counts, right? Okay. So Scottie Pippen, they all played all 17 playoff games, except for Dennis Hobson. That's why I don't remember the guy. And Stacey King and Scott Williams. I remember Scott Williams. I remember Stacey King. I just don't remember Dennis Hobson. This guy got a ring for doing absolutely fucking nothing. But anyway, that's besides the point. He just happened to line up with the right team. It is what it is. Okay. Now, MPG, minutes played. Well, this is crazy. The guy who played the most fucking minutes on the Bulls in the playoffs was motherfucking Scottie Pippen. Isn't that crazy? More than Jordan. Who knew? Now, on average, it's 41 minutes for both of them. But I guess when you look at the individual, he played more. Ha, that's crazy. So him and Jordan played the most minutes. And then Horace Grant, the three most offensive guys for the Bulls. Which is why Pippen said, give me Michael Jordan, give me Horace Grant, or give me Michael Jordan and give me Dennis Rodman. I get it. Okay. Field goal percentage. The guy who dominates that, strangely enough, is Horace Grant. That is, you send that ball into him, 58% of the time, that ball's going into the hoop. B.J. Armstrong, Bill Cartwright, whoa, these guys, anybody with over 50%, you gotta respect them because they're an option. You got Bill Cartwright, 52%. B.J. Armstrong, 50%. Horace Grant, 58%. He actually dominates. It's like if you pass the ball to Horace Grant, it's probably going to go into the hoop more than anybody else on the team. He was an offensive weapon. He was also a defensive weapon, but I'm saying he was an offensive weapon. Very interesting. Greg Hodges, not as high, 42%. Michael Jordan, 52%. Isn't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Horace Grant, in the field, if you pass the ball to Horace Grant, it's probably going to go into the hoop. The power forward, he knew how to run, get into position, and get to scoring. This motherfucker was a scoring machine. He didn't score as much. And when you think about it, I want to see what he did in the playoffs. I think it's the same. It's more or less the same, I think, in the playoffs, but nonetheless. Yeah, he had he had about the same figures, though. 13 points a game. But he going to get you that 13 points a game every motherfucking game. And you can guarantee that. They should have passed the ball into him more, though. Michael Jordan's the other guy, 52%. I guess this is Will Perdue, 55%. What the fuck? So once you pass the ball into Will Perdue in the field, he gets it done. So does John Paxson. So does Cliff Livingston. Wow. Okay. Pippen actually is less than all of them. You get the ball into Pippen, and 50% of the time it'll go in. So half the time it goes in. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. You know, if you want a game-winning three, John Paxson. Better than Michael Jordan when it comes to that. If you want to get that ball into the hoop, Horace Grant. Bill Cartwright even. He sealed the deal better than Scottie Pippen. That is interesting. Nonetheless, Scottie Pippen actually had the greatest improvement in all the players. Jordan maintained. Everybody else maintained. Scottie Pippen raised his game in the playoffs. He raised his game in the playoffs. Everybody else kind of maintained. The difference in the playoffs against the Pistons was Scottie Pippen. And it's shown in the fact that Scottie Pippen scored 22 points, whereas in the regular season, he was scoring, I think it's 18 points. Yep, 18. So he improved by 4 points, which is crazy. The guy literally elevated his game for the playoffs. And I always say, Scottie Pippen was kind of the difference in the Bulls beating the Pistons. When Scottie Pippen got tougher and he started to take it to the Pistons. In fact, I think the Bulls lost to the Pistons because Scottie Pippen had a headache and had to come out the game. So he really was a very key piece of the Bulls puzzle. And that's why I kept on saying, and I will always keep on saying, y'all praise Jordan sometimes for things that Scottie Pippen did. And Jordan gets the glory for things that Scottie Pippen did. And Jordan never set the record straight on that. I don't know if it's because he's trying to sell more sneakers. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But Jordan needed to be clear on that. And he would say, yeah, Scottie Pippen's. No, motherfucker. You need to sit the people down and say, this guy was a strategist. Yes, I helped him. I groomed him in some respects. But he came with all the skills already to the table. And yes, we sharpened up each other. But Pippen's a beast, man. Jordan need to come out and set the fucking record straight on Scottie Pippen. Because I have to say this, and a lot of players pattern their style after Scottie Pippen because of what Scottie Pippen could do in the ball game, right? This motherfucker's a harder worker than Michael Jordan. He's a harder fucking worker. He got more minutes in the game. And this is the playoffs, right? It's not regular. Is this regular season? It's the playoffs. In the regular season, he had 36. He had a little less minutes than Michael Jordan. So to be fair to Michael Jordan, I mean the season is much longer than the fucking playoffs, right? But I do think that the importance of Scottie Pippen is shown. The fact that he plays more minutes probably makes him score more because he was so more important to the team in terms of offense. And a lot of people like to say, well, Scottie Pippen, he wasn't really that great in offense and stuff. That motherfucker was great in offense. What are you talking about? This motherfucker is leading in assists, so he's part of the offense. And on top of that, he's scoring like he's scoring. Think about this. I'm going to show y'all something, particularly in the playoffs. He leads the playoff in steals. That's defense. And he also does his part in assists. Now, Jordan leads the team in assists, actually, which is kind of crazy. And Pippen, he's next. Right? He has 6 assists. Jordan has 8. Right? So what I'm saying is all those assists translated into scoring. And you have to count that in the equation. Jordan actually led in assists, which is interesting in the playoffs. And I'm guessing he passed it either Horace Grant or Scottie Pippen, right? Because Horace Grant's numbers look the same, I have to think Jordan passed the ball to Pippen. And that's why Pippen scored so much and he improved so much. Right? So that's a good reflection on Michael Jordan. Then people say he used to hug the ball and blah 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 blah. No, he leads the lead. He led the team in assists. Maybe he was a ball hog before, but he ain't not in this playoff. He was passing it off to people who could get it done, and he was doing it more than Pippen. 2 assists more per game than Pippen. So that's a very important point. And the other important point about Michael Jordan was that he was blocking more than everybody else. He had more blocks. He had more blocks than Pippen. Pippen was right behind him, but that's not the point. He had more blocks than Pippen. He led the team in blocks. So I can understand why, at least in 1991, he would get all defensive player because while Pippen led in steals, he's right there with Pippen as well. What's interesting about these two, Pippen and Jordan, is Pippen could do everything like Jordan. But you could see where Pippen shone. Pippen shone in steals, right? Pippen shone in, what the fuck is this? Rebounds. He's out rebounding everybody on the team. Remember, Horace Grant was the guy during the season who was the main rebounder, and Pippen upped his game in the playoffs, and he's rebounded more than Horace Grant. He's rebounded more than anybody on the team ever. He has 9 rebounds, right? Bill Cartwright, who's a center, he's out rebounding Bill Cartwright. Think about the shit that's going on in the playoffs. Scottie Pippen wasn't doing that in the regular season. Look at his rebounds in the regular season. Where can I find that? Let me see here. There you go. His rebounds in the regular season was 7. He was the second highest rebounder in the season. In the playoffs, this motherfucker started to rebound more than everybody else. Okay, which is pretty crazy. I mean, Jordan's not doing those kinds of rebounds. Of course, Jordan's more on the offensive end, but the point is, this motherfucker out rebounding everybody. This is the highest rebounds we've ever seen the Bulls ever have. What's going on here? Horace Grant was the guy during the season. Pippen's out rebounding him, and not only out rebounding him, but he's out rebounding him in a way in which the Bulls have never seen this kind of rebounding. Think about what I'm saying. The guy who changed in the playoffs that got the Bulls to beat the Detroit Pistons clearly is Scottie Pippen. He's out rebounding everybody. He's out stealing everybody. And he's now scoring 4 points more than he was scoring before. He also has the most minutes on the floor, showing how integral a team member he was. Now, interestingly enough about Michael Jordan was passing off the ball more. And again, this is against the Detroit Pistons, so he's going to pass more. So you're going to have more assists because he's getting double team, triple team. So now Pippen has to take up the charge. Grant has to take up the charge. But Grant's still doing just normal numbers. Everybody else is doing their normal numbers except for Pippen. Pippen elevated his game when the playoffs came. Jordan elevated his assist game because you're playing with the Detroit Pistons, right? And I'm not saying this is just the Detroit Pistons. I mean, this is average. But it's interesting that Jordan started to make adjustments. He would pass off the ball to Paxson. He'd pass off the ball to Grant. He'd pass off the ball to Cartwright. He would pass off the ball to Pippen. You know, if you look, Will Perdue, what does Will Perdue get? He's not passing the ball to Will Perdue. He's just not doing that. But he is passing it to Grant, and Cartwright is getting his numbers like he normally does. You know what I'm saying? Purdue's not getting nothing. And Purdue's a center. Paxson's getting some stuff, right? So that's what I'm trying to say. He's passing the ball more than Pippen because they're triple teaming him. They're double teaming him. You know what I'm saying? And in the meantime, Pippen's getting steals, and he's scoring more. So I just think this is a very interesting stat that we're looking at here. And it says so much about the team when they win their first championship. And clearly, one of the players that made a big difference there, because between the normal season and the playoffs was Pippen. Pippen's numbers changed significantly, and that's because he upped his game for the playoffs. All right, so there's a lot of things you can learn about a team if you think of it as a team. And I know this stream is going on pretty long. I see some of you are talking, some of you probably gone. This is like we are now into, what are we into? We're almost into 2 hours talking about this stuff. But I enjoy talking about it because I always liked basketball, and I did like the Chicago Bulls a lot. And I was a big Jordan fan as well. But I just found Scottie Pippen so magnetizing. Even though he was like this guy that seemed nonchalant at times, he didn't show a lot of emotion. Jordan shows a lot of emotion. Scottie Pippen's not that kind of guy. He's more reserved. But just the way how he would play. Tracy McGrady reminds me of him. Who else reminds me of him? Tracy McGrady. LeBron James, to some degree, reminds me of him. A kind of guy with even temperament. He's not a guy who just kind of explodes and gets mad and stuff. He just shows it. He shows his game. He doesn't, Jordan's a very expressive person. But Scottie wasn't that kind of guy. It was more laid back, cool, And to me, that personality is what LeBron brings to the table. Michael Johnson was more charismatic. then I would say then LeBron and Scotty. Even though when LeBron dunks a ball, he goes nuts. He goes, ah! You know what I mean? He shows a lot of emotion. Pippen would dunk a ball on you and just speed back up the court to play defense. You know when I see Pippen really light up? When he's playing defense. He enjoys playing defense for some reason. He enjoys shutting guys down. He enjoys the challenge of getting a guy to restrict him from scoring. I think that's where Pippen loves defense. I think he loves defense. I think that's the kind of player he is. He loves defense. Anyway, that was a critical and a key moment in the history of the Bulls. Phil Jackson's second year with the Bulls, and they got a championship. And, the two guys that the Bulls acquired, Dennis Hobson and Cliff Livingston, they're like cliff notes in the in the Bulls' history. They didn't put up big offensive numbers. They weren't necessarily big defensive players. But the thing about it is, when they played their minutes, they were able to keep that triangle defense. They were able to keep that defense. They were able to help maintain the triangle offense. So you gotta consider them. It's just that I never thought about them. I never really thought about them. Like when I think of the key Bull players, I think Horace Grant, B.J. Armstrong. I can't help to say that. B.J. John Paxson. You know what I'm saying? Bill Cartwright. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen. Horace Grant. Those are the guys kind of etch in my mind. I know the other players, but those are the guys, I guess they're starters as well. So that might be it. Will Perdue, but for the wrong reasons. I see him with the face guard on his face, and he used to foul people. He was like nasty and dirty, Will Perdue. he was like the Bill Laimbeer of the Bulls. You want dirty work? You want a guy to foul people, hack them and stuff? Will Perdue. Was your man. And, Jordan punching Will Perdue in the eye, just not cool, man. But, I think Will Perdue had done a couple illegal picks on Jordan, but he should have elbowed him. A pick. Anyways, that's another story. But a little bit, all's forgiven. I'm just saying. But, it's interesting to see this group of guys come together, form a team. And within a year of that team being formed, they won a championship. That's what really happened. There was this team with this fresh new coach, a whole set of new young players, some seasoned with other teams and some coming out of as rookies. And this team sort of fosters together, and before you know it, they got a championship. So really and truly, the real Chicago Bulls, the championship Chicago Bulls team was formed in 1989, or shall I say 1990. That team was, in essence, the same team that came in and won the championship in 1991, minus Dennis Hobson and Cliff Livingston. All right, so that's the team. So it was a team that was put together based around Michael Jordan that won that championship. And that's the important thing to remember. If you try to remember it as Michael Jordan and his greatness and he carried the Bulls on his shoulders, all the bullshit that they tell you, you need to just forget that. That's bullshit. Because it was a team that was formed in 1990 that was the championship team. And that team needed some experience running the triangle defense. And that's the team that brought in the championship the following year. You got it? That's the truth. Okay? And Michael Jordan was a key player in that team, obviously the major scorer in that team, but he couldn't win it by himself. Clearly, he tried, and he couldn't. The furthest he could go with the old team members and the people was to the playoffs, right? And don't get me wrong, they significantly had wins, a big win change, and they moved up to the middle of the thing. But as they built the team now around these different players, and you had three major scorers on that team. It was Pippen, Jordan, Pippen, and Horace Grant. They were the major go-to guys. They were the major scorers for the team. You had centers there who put up, decent numbers, consistent numbers. You had consistent players on that team. Paxson, B.J. Armstrong, Cartwright, right? But the go-to guys offensively were Jordan, Pippen, Grant. Also, the major rebounders and defensive guys were Jordan, Pippen, Grant. It's for everybody to understand. So you have to understand that was the way how that team was. You had to have more than one person. You need at least 3 major people who could score or who could do significant things to change the outcome of a game. And those were the 3 guys. And that's what made the Chicago Bulls. Those prominent guys were the major scorers. And also the major defensive guys, or at least the guys who attained the major defensive accolades. But then you have to have the other members of the team to be able to make this happen. And these were key guys. B.J. Armstrong, free throws and all of that. Free points and all that. Bill Paxson, right? I'm forgetting somebody right now. So if you really wanted a team that could win and really beat people and run the triangle offense and do its thing, you needed to have those key guys. And that's your core of the Chicago Bulls. Let's keep it moving. I know this is taking a while, but I prefer to do it this way. The 1991-1992 Chicago Bulls. All right. Early into the regular season, the Bulls traded Dennis Hobson to the Sacramento Kings in exchange for Bob Hansen after the first 2 games. So that's why I don't remember Dennis Hobson. He wasn't really memorable. He didn't really do much. He didn't have a lot of time. So Bob Hansen, I don't even know who Bob Hansen is, to be honest with you. I guess he didn't stay very long either. They defeated the Portland Trailblazers 4-2. Again, 67-15. 82% winning. That is some fucking crazy numbers. And we don't have Dennis Rodman, and we don't have these big types. I'm going to say this. The first Bulls team, I think, accomplished more than the second Bulls team, because the second Bulls team, they had some really high-powered people on that team. They had a bunch of all-stars on that team, besides Pippen and Jordan. So it was more high-powered, and I think that's why it couldn't stay together. They were first in the division, the Central Division, and first in the Eastern Conference, and they became NBA champions yet again. This is the second of the 3-peat. And there's not much evolution of the team. They just traded out one guy for another guy because the guy was kind of inconsequential. Here's a roster. B.J. Armstrong, Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant. Now we have Bobby Hansen, Craig Hodges, Michael Jordan, Stacey King, Cliff Livingston, John Paxson, Will Perdue, Scottie Pippen, and Scott Williams. Okay? There they are. They lead everything. This is fucking crazy. 67 games, 15 losses, 82% win. That's some fucking shit, bro. So, of course, they dominated the Eastern Conference, go on to face the Portland Trailblazers. As we know, Portland Trailblazers be doing their shit. Okay. Player stats. So B.J. Armstrong played again 82 games. Very important player. He starts the game 3 times. Bill Cartwright actually plays less games, but he starts every single one because he's a center. Horace Grant played 81 games, so that's more games than he's played ever before. And he starts all 81. Bob Hansen plays 66 games, starts none. Okay, and he has 12 minutes a game, so he's a bench guy. Greg Hodges is also on the bench, plays 9 minutes a game, so they might get rid of him. He starts 2 games. Dennis Hobson's still there. Okay, I thought they traded him out. Who did they trade? That was Dennis Hobson they traded. Maybe, he probably started this season. That's probably why. Hold on a second. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, they traded Dennis Hobson. So what the fuck is he doing? Okay, because he started some games in the season. Okay, I got you. Okay, let's keep this moving here somewhere. All right. But he's really gone. And he played 5 minutes. Michael Jordan played 38.8 minutes. He plays the most minutes again. He was out for 2 games. Stacey King plays 79 games. And Pippen plays 82 games, plays 38, like Jordan, 39 minutes per game. There's a guy named Mark Randall, Rory Spiro, and Scott Williams. They're all bench guys, right? So Scott Williams, all those guys. John Paxson plays 24 minutes again. He starts. Paxson be playing 24 minutes straight through. Horace Grant played 35 minutes. So again, Grant, Jordan, Pippen, very important guys for the team because they play the most minutes. Cartwright is there, and Paxson is there, and that's it. BJ, Cartwright, Paxson. Those are the supporting cast for Michael Jordan, Horace Grant, and Scottie Pippen. And Horace Grant plays more games than Michael Jordan. But Jordan must be ill or something. It's an interesting year, and they did better? The fuck? Okay, in the playoffs, you can see who the important people are. You got B.J. Armstrong, Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant, Michael Jordan, Cliff Livingston, John Paxson, Scottie Pippen, and Scott Williams. That's why we remember Scott Williams. They're probably the second tier. Scott Williams plays 15 minutes. Scottie Pippen plays 41 minutes. Or Jordan plays the most time, so Jordan takes it over again. John Paxson. You got Horace Grant, Bill Cartwright, and B.J. Armstrong. B.J. actually plays less minutes, which is interesting. Grant is, again, the guy, you give him the ball, he's going to score. 3-point percentages. Jordan takes Stacey King. Stacey King. Stacey King has the highest 3-point percentage. That's crazy. So Stacey King comes out of nowhere, and he can change things. This is in the playoffs, mind you. Jordan is the main scorer. This time Pippen doesn't score as much. Pippen is the lead assist this time. So he's assisting more than Jordan. He has 7 assists. Jordan has 6. The main stealer, though, is Jordan now. Pippen's right behind him. And the guy who blocks everything is Horace Grant. He gets 2 blocks per game. He's the major blocker. And Pippen is right after him. So like I said, Pippen seems to be more on defense in this year. It's very interesting. It's just very interesting looking at the teams. Because when you look at it as a team, now you see it's a formidable team. Of course, Michael Jordan is the lead scoring guy on the team. And he does a number of other things pretty well. But as you can see, he's not carrying the team on his back. The team, the way how it's built, Pippen backs up Jordan. And Jordan and Pippen can count on Horace Grant to deliver the package. Horace Grant is the guy you want to go to when you want to score, and probably didn't utilize Horace Grant enough because he seemed to know how to get that ball into the basket more than anybody else in the field. And he shot pretty good free throws too. So you wanted to foul Horace Grant as much as you could. You wanted the opposite team to foul Horace Grant as much as possible because you know he could shoot free throws and he got that ball into the hoop. If you need somebody to get a ball into the hoop, you go to Horace Grant. So I don't understand why there was a conflict between Horace Grant and Michael Jordan, because that was the guy that would, deliver that stuff in there. And Horace Grant was that guy. And he was very consistent. You look at his figures, preseason and in postseason, and he's always consistent. Look at his so this is regular season, and Horace Grant's now he's scoring even more. He's got 14 points a game in the regular season. Let's see what this is in the. He seemed to be motivated by the winning, I think. Actually, it dropped. So he only had 11 points in the postseason, in the playoffs, which is interesting. Even Pippen's numbers went down. He only had 20 points a game. So that's interesting. And in the regular season, he had 21. So that's interesting. Okay. So Jordan pretty much carried them. Because Jordan, I didn't check. I should probably check. Let me see if Jordan scored more or not. Hold on a second. Let me see. This is regular season. Yeah. Jordan upped this game in the postseason. So this time, instead of Pippen upping his game, Jordan upped his game. That's interesting. By what looks to me like 5 points. I mean, Pippen dropped his game by a point. So Jordan became the major scorer for the team. That's interesting. Very interesting. Okay. The 92-93 Chicago Bulls, the three-peat. Phil Jackson's still the head coach. Their record is 57-25, so it's kind of gone down. 70% wins. They're still the first in the division. They're NBA champions. This time they defeat the Phoenix Suns 4-2. So the Suns kind of fought back, which is pretty good. And let's see what's happening here. Let me see something here. So, in the offseason, they acquired Rodney McRae from the Dallas Mavericks. I don't know who that is. And signed free agent Trent Tucker. At midseason, the team signed Darrell Walker, who was previously released by the Detroit Pistons. Okay, I don't know who those people are. I don't know who Joe Courtney is. I don't know who JoJo English is. Horace Grant. I guess these guys played most of their time in the bench. Michael Jordan, Stacey King, I know him. Rodney McRae, I can't remember him. Ed Neely, who the hell is that? John Paxson, I know him. Will Perdue, Scottie Pippen, Trent Tucker. Don't know who that is. Darrell Walker. I don't know who that is. Corey Williams. Probably brother Scott Williams? I don't know. But anyway, this is the guy's point guards, and then Scott Williams. John Paxson's still there. So I don't know what to make of that. Okay, so here's the regular season. They're on the top. They're second to the New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference. So the New York Knicks actually had a better record than the Chicago Bulls. Of course, they end up playing the Knicks. It was a very memorable thing. And then in the thing. Okay. So here they are, and 6-2, 4-2, 3-2, 4-4. And the playoffs. These are individual games. Okay, I'm not going to look at all that right now. Because I still have LeBron James to deal with and the teams he was on. And I have to show you that you have to build a team to win. That's the whole point. So let me see here. Let me close this down here. Okay, so let me look at player stats here. Again, B.J. Armstrong, all 82 games in the season. Who else did that? Scottie Pippen missed a game. Scott Williams seemed to be a very important guy because he played 71 games. Will Perdue, 72 games. Stacey King, 76. Michael Jordan, 78. So he didn't play all of them. Horace Grant, 77. Bill Cartwright, 63. Most of these guys I'm talking about are starters. B.J. Armstrong, 30 minutes a game. Bill Cartwright, 20 minutes a game. Horace Grant, 36 minutes a game. Michael Jordan, 39 minutes. Scottie Pippen, 39 minutes. Paxson had less minutes, 18 minutes a game. Scott Williams had more. It's interesting. Very interesting. And Cartwright. Okay, so let's see what they look like. BJ now scoring 12 points a game. That's pretty good. I have to find where Horace Grant's way down here now. Horace Grant, 13 points a game. Jordan, 33 points a game. What else we got here? Is this Pippen? Pippen, 19 points a game, so he's scoring less. Let's see what happened in the playoffs. Okay. So you see the important guys here. BJ, Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant, Michael Jordan, Stacey King. They ain't playing around. John Paxson, Scottie Pippen, Trent Tucker, okay, and Scott Williams. Okay. Scott Williams did very well. He's playing now 21 minutes a game. You got Pippen with 41 minutes. He played the most. And Jordan, 41 minutes as well. John Paxson, his minutes has dropped. Only 17 minutes a game. Horace Grant's 34 minutes a game. Bill Cartwright, 23 minutes a game. And B.J. Armstrong, 33 minutes a game. B.J. Armstrong was a major guy in that Bulls team, wasn't he? Okay, so let's see. Yep, put up 11 points a game again. Cartwright, 10, 11 points a game. Jordan, 35 points a game. This must be Paxson. No, Pippen, 20 points a game. And that's it. So it was Pippen. Where's Grant? Where's Horace Grant? Oh, okay. Oh, 11 points a game. Okay. So Grant had 11. Pippen, 20 points a game. This is something. But he actually did better than when he was in the season. So instead of 19 points a game, he does 20. Okay. Did Pippen up his game like he did the back in the day? He still has steals. He has the most steals. Grant has the most blocks. Yep, Grant has the most blocks. Rebounds. Grant has the most rebounds. Assists. Jordan has the most assists again. Interesting. Pippen's right behind him, but he has the most assists. Isn't that interesting? You would think Pippen has the most steals. Jordan's right behind him. That's really interesting. In the playoffs, BJ's really killing it with free throws. You foul BJ that you fuck up. Seriously, like nobody's even close to him. Nobody. And I think the only one that's close enough is Jordan. Not even Pippen. Pippen's free throw percentage went down. That's interesting. Paxton's still around 70-something. Stacey King, he was drained. And I think Bill Cartwright. Yep. These guys are consistent. Bill Cartwright, Horace Grant is free throws are not that great either. That's interesting. Very interesting. Okay. So that was the first three-peat. Now, in this year, Michael Jordan just suddenly retires. He retires and he goes to pursue baseball. And then signed in is Steve Kerr, Bill Wennington, and Pete Myers. So Steve Kerr comes onto the Bulls in the 1993-1994 NBA season. This is the year also that Michael Jordan's father is murdered. So obviously Jordan leaves. He tries to take up what his father's desire was. His father was a baseball player. He decides to take up baseball. I think it's just the hurt of his father, which is kind of sad. I'm sorry about that, though. Okay, I don't know who the fuck Pete Myers is, but I guess maybe there's a picture of him. Oh, yes, I know him. Okay. Okay. I remember Pete Myers. All right. So their record without Jordan was 55-27, which is 67.1%. If I'm not mistaken, that's not far off from the percentage they had before. Yep. They had 70%. And now this following year dropped to 67%. Okay. Well, they didn't have Jordan. They ended up being second in the division and third in the Eastern Conference. So let's see who they were. This is the regular season here. So there they were. The Atlanta Hawks were, somebody just said something. What are you saying, my friend? Wrestle time. And wrestle time. Somebody said wrestle time, wrestle time. Okay, so somebody just said something. That's cool. So yeah, they were now second in the league with 55-27. And the Atlanta Hawks were ahead of them in the Central Division. And they were third in the Eastern Conference, below the New York Knicks and the Atlanta Hawks. Okay. So let us look at. Oh, let's look at the roster. So the roster. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here's the roster. So the roster was B.J. Armstrong, everybody. Corey Blount. I don't know who the fuck he is. I think I remember him somewhat. Can you hear me, by the way? I think y'all probably wasn't even hearing me, which is fucked up. All right, so I was talking. I don't know how much you heard, but anyway. JoJo English, Horace Grant is there. Dave Johnson, I don't know who the fuck he is. Steve Kerr and Tony Kukoc came on the scene. Luke Longley was on the scene. So the team kind of changed up because BJ was still there. Bill Cartwright was still there. Who the hell is Corey Blount? I don't know. I think I know who he is, but actually, let's see if we can see him. Nope, no picture of him. Okay, anyway. JoJo English, I don't know who that is. Horace Grant, Dave Johnson, Steve Kerr came on, Tony Kukoc, Luke Longley, Pete Mayers, John Paxson was still there. Will Purdue was still there. Pippen was there. Wennington, Scott Williams. You know who's missing from this thing besides Michael Jordan? You know who's missing? There's a couple of guys missing from this. It's not just Michael Jordan. It's interesting. This team is not exactly the same team. Watch. Here we are. So we have B.J. Armstrong. Ricky Blanton's no longer there. Bill Cartwright's there. Joe Courtney and JoJo English, they were there already. Horace Grant, Michael Jordan's not there. Stacey King, not there. Rodney McRae, Ed Neely. I don't know. I guess they were. John Paxson's still there. Will Purdue still there. Pippen's still there. Scott Williams. Where is Scott Williams? I don't see Scott Williams there. He was a major guy on the Bulls team. Oh, yeah, he's still there. So you have Scott Williams. Now you have Bill Wennington, Scottie Pippen, Will Purdue, still there. John Paxson. Pete Mayers comes in. Luke Longley, Tony Kukoc, Steve Kerr, Dave Johnson, Horace Grant, JoJo English is still there. Bill Cartwright, Corey Blount, new guy, I guess, and B.J. Armstrong. So it's a slightly different team. All right, here's the regular season. Most experts did not predict the Bulls to even make the playoffs after winning their third straight championship the season before because of Jordan's departure. But the team led by Scottie Pippen and an increased role from both Horace Grant and B.J. Armstrong were able to lead the Bulls to a 55-win season with only 2 wins less than the 1992-1993 team. This is true, which had Jordan. The Bulls finished 2 games behind the Atlanta Hawks in the Central Division, earned the 3rd seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs. Pippen and Armstrong were both voted to start in this season's All-Star game, and Grant was also picked as a reserve. So Horace Grant. Okay. Yeah. But that's not what I want. Why am I seeing that then? What am I looking for? I'm looking for something, but I can't remember what it is. Oh, okay. I got you. The player stats. So let's look at this stuff. BJ was an important guy. All 82 games. Steve Kerr was there all 82 games. Pete Myers was there all 82 games. That's it. Pippen was not there all 82 games. He missed 10 games. Which is interesting. He didn't play all the games. Bill Wennington, he played 6 less games. Horace Grant played he had 12 less games. Oh. So BJ held it down. Steve Kerr held it down. Pete Myers held it down. All right. And then next was Wennington, who just came on. Then Pippen, then Grant. Okay, Grant started in almost every game except for one that he was there. BJ started all 82 games. That's interesting. So BJ took up a starting role. He never had that responsibility before he got it. Pete Myers, a new guy. He started 81 of the 82 games. That's crazy. Pippen all 72. That's it. So you had Pippen, Myers, Grant, and BJ. Wow. This is crazy. Okay. Minutes in play. Armstrong was 33. Grant is 36. 38 by Pippen. Wow. So the major load was carried by Pippen, Grant, and BJ. That's it. That's crazy. Steve Kerr was like Paxson. Paxson's minutes decreased even more. He probably was getting older. Mayers had more minutes. Mayers, Kukoc, and Kerr, the new team. So you can see a phasing out of John Paxson. Increased role with B.J. Armstrong. So we got some new rookie guys doing their thing. Well, not rookie, but new guys, right? So Kerr starts to come up to the fore and it's holding it down. Pete Myers is holding it down. They get more minutes. Tony Kukoc is also holding it down. So you got guys with 24 minutes a game. I'm surprised they even did so well. And then BJ has a lot of minutes. Horace Grant has a lot of minutes. So the support guys now are Kukoc, Mayers, and Kerr. This is a different team. It's phasing out, Grant and Pippen are holding it down as well as BJ. So BJ with more minutes, that means he scored more. BJ scored a little bit more. BJ usually scored like 11 points. He's now scoring 15. Grant is also up in his game. He's now scoring 15 points. It's interesting. Somebody's scoring 10 here. Who is that? Kukoc. Kukoc is becoming an offensive weapon. He's at 11. And Pippen's up this game. He's got the high now. He's 22. But Pippen, usually in the season, he's not scoring that kind of amount. He's scoring like 18, 19. Now he's scoring 22. It could be interesting to see if he upped his game in the playoffs. Let's see here. Okay, he put in a lot of minutes too. Okay, so that's that. Then we got field goal percentage. Again, it's Mr. Grant. It goes to him. He's the go-to guy. 3 points. We're looking at JoJo English. Actually, is the guy. But they're okay. You got John Paxson still holding it down a little bit. Pippen's 3-point thing has gone down. It used to be better than that, but no, actually, it's gone up. Sorry, my bad. No, it's gone down. He's shooting free throws better, though. Rebounds, again, Grant is Grant's the main rebounder there for the team. Now, Pippen's assisting, but it's the same amount of assists. It's not like Jordan. See, missing Jordan, it kind of affected the assists. So again, Pippen's the usual 6 assists a game. And then he's got like 3 steals. So that's pretty good. That's higher than ever before. And blocks, again, Grant is the guy blocking everybody. And Grant ups his game in terms of scoring. So now he's doing 15 points a game like B.J. Armstrong. It's him, B.J., and Pippen holding it down, along with the newcomer and Tony Kukoc. So we have 4 players now scoring for the Bulls. So these are low-scoring games. They got to be low-scoring games. In the playoffs, let's see what's happening. So they all had 10 playoffs. Again, the key players are Scott Williams, Scottie Pippen, Pete Myers, Luke Longley, Tony Kukoc, Steve Kerr, Horace Grant, and B.J. Armstrong. They're the main players for the team now. They're holding it down for the team. Bill Cartwright, he's a little bit behind. He's probably old. Okay, and Paxson's kind of less out of the game. He's not like a main starter or anything. And Bill Wennington, he's not there all the time. So I don't know if they were ill or what. But Horace Grant just starts to Horace Grant has the most minutes, so he had the most burden. Pippen was right behind him. In terms of his field goal percentage, of course, he's the go-to guy, so they sending it into him. So I'm guessing he had to have bigger numbers for the playoffs. Okay, so when you look at this here, what's that? Free throws. Ooh, Horace Grant is 100% hitting his free throws. That's crazy. Rebounds. Strangely enough, Horace Grant's not leading that anymore. It's Pippen. Assists. Pippen's doing more assists. Didn't really have a whole lot of assists, though. It's like 5 assists. What's this thing saying here? Steals. Okay, Pippen's leading still with steals. Grant has a steal. Blocks. Horace Grant's still leading with blocks. So Pippen did a little bit better. He had 23 points in the playoffs. Grant upped his game, and he got 16 points. And then B.J. Armstrong also upped his game. He had 15 points in the playoffs. Those were the main guys. Tony Kukoc wasn't really significantly doing anything in the playoffs. He had 9 points, which was not enough. So I could see why Jordan was being missed. Now, they did well. They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals and played the Knicks, but, it's interesting, though. They still did well. And why I'm going to talk about this a bit is because this is the team without Michael Jordan in it, right? The Chicago Bulls without the Michael Jordan in it. And they got very far, and they did very well during the year, even though you could see some of them couldn't attend all the games because there was injuries, because there was a strain on the team. And the other thing is the rise of new players. So John Paxson's kind of disappearing. BJ's got a big role. Horace Grant's got a big role in the team. But you can see Paxson getting less minutes. Cartwright's not really doing a whole lot anymore. And it's like this new crop of guys now are taking over. Kukoc, Kerr. Scott Williams has always been doing his part. And to assist Pippen and Horace Grant. And BJ also stepped up his game in terms of scoring. So you could see that they didn't actually have all the pieces, though, to win. But they were still a formidable force. And I'm wondering if Jordan didn't come back in the 94-95 season, what would have happened? And he did come back in the middle of the 94-95 season. So let's have a look at that right now. Now, here's the interesting thing. In the 94-95 season, the Bulls traded out some guys for Ron Harper and Judd Bushler. I don't know who they traded out. We can look to see. Phil Jackson's still the head coach. They had a 47-35, a 57.3. This was a rocky season. In the conference semifinals, is this the Eastern Conference semifinals? They lost to the Orlando Magic 2-4. Now, let me just see something here. In the 93-94 season, who did they lose to? They went to the conference semifinals as well and lost to the Knicks. Is this the Eastern Conference semifinals? No. This is obviously it's the Eastern Conference finals, but the semifinals. Oh, so they made it to the finals. Yes, of course. They made it to. Scottie Pippen has never not made it since he's come. Him, right? The 6 championships that they won, and in between the 2 years that they didn't win anything, they always made it to the semifinals. They always made it to the Eastern Conference final, but they always had somebody to overcome. So I think the missing piece was Jordan to get them over the hill, because he really contributed a significant amount of points to the game. And I don't think it was defense that let him down. I think it was offense. So if you look at, and so that's why I said Michael Jordan was important to the Bulls winning everything. They were beating everybody, but winning everything is a different story. So this was them the year before. Now this is the year after this one here, 94-95 season. Jordan comes back. They say the Bulls struggled in the first half of the regular season with a 23-25 record at the All-Star break. So they were struggling, my friend. And I'll tell you why. A team has to have scorers. Here's the roster. PJ was still there, so that's good. Corey Blount was still there. Judd Bushland is now there. JoJo Ingles still there. So JoJo Ingles has got a couple rings and he ain't done shit. He's a bench man. It is what it is. They had some guys in the NBA, they just benefited over cheering off the other guys. Ron Harper came there. Jordan was back. Steve Kerr. Some guy named Gary Christo, whatever the fuck that name is. But he seemed to have been injured the whole season. So that's crazy. They Tony Kukoc, Luke Longley, Pete Myers, Will Perdue still there, Scottie Pippen, Dickie Simpkins, whoever the fuck that is, and Bill Wennington. So some guys have been gotten rid of, as you can clearly see. Now here's the regular season for you. They ended up behind the Charlotte Hornets and the Indiana Pacers. So the Pacers now, I guess Reggie Miller's on the Pacers now. They actually have 52 wins, 30 losses. The Charlotte Hornets, they have 50 wins, 32 losses. And they got Chicago Bulls, 47 wins, 35 losses. Okay. Which they haven't had that in a long time. But anyway, and Jordan's on the team. Okay, so they ended up 5th in the Eastern Conference. Orlando Magic was number 1, Indiana Pacers, New York Knicks, Charlotte Hornets. All right. I love talking about this because you can see this team evolving. It's raining right now, which is interesting. All right, so let's look at the players. B.J. Armstrong, again, very important to the team. Also became an all-star, which was really cool. All right. Corey Blount, who they traded. He started 9 games, but he's mostly a bench guy. He has 13 minutes. Judd Bushler was a bench guy. He was not a starter. They only played 10 minutes with him. They should have played more, but they didn't know at the time. JoJo English was playing 16 minutes. So he was playing some stuff, but he's a bench guy. Greg Foster, never heard of him. He came onto the team. Obviously, he's playing more minutes, and he even got some starting time, so that's interesting. Ron Harper, of course, he started a number of games. He came in at a certain point in the season, and he had 20 minutes, which is really good. Jordan had, shoo, he had the most amount of minutes, which is crazy because he only came in, he only came in and played 17 games. He came in later on in the season, almost to the end of the season. Steve Kerr played the whole entire season. He had 22 minutes. This is like the replacement for Paxson. Gary Krysowiak, or whatever the fuck his name is. Sorry for messing up your name, brother. He had 19 games, so he was injured for most of the season. He played 15 minutes, and he started in 14 of them. Tony Kukoc played most of the season. He had more minutes, so he got 31.9 minutes. Luke Longley, he came in during the season. He was not a starter. He played 18 minutes, so he's mostly on the bench at the time. Pete Mayers, he had 71 minutes. Pete Mayers was a major contribution to the team. I forgot that. Yeah, Pete Mayers, he was a very important guy. So he played 18 minutes. Will Perdue, he played 78 games. He started 78 games, so that's interesting. And he played 20 minutes. Pippen had 79 games, started 79 games, played 38 minutes. So Jordan played the most minutes, which is interesting, even though he came down later. So I don't know how healthy these guys were. Dickie Simpkins, he was a bench guy. I remember Dickie Simpkins. And Bill Wennington. Bill Wennington, good old Bill Wennington. He's a bench guy, but when you bring in Bill makes things happen, man. He was a big guy, and he did his thing. All right, so 3-point guy, Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr took over, and he was a 3-point guy, right? BJ was still giving some solid numbers. And you had, after BJ, who you got? Bushler. Whenever they gave him the opportunity, Bushler would light it up. Jordan, he had a decent thing. Pippen was just getting worse and worse. he wasn't focusing on free throw, on three-point plays at all. Anyways, BJ, 88% when it comes to free throws. Jordan, 80%. Who was that next to Jordan? Steve Kerr, 78%. Larry Kristawakia, blah, blah, 90%. I got butchering his name. Sorry about that, brother. Luke Longley, 82%. Could shoot free throws, boy. Who was 75? Tony Kukoc, yeah. Kukoc. Pippen not shooting free throws that great. But Pippen became the major rebounder. Now notice, there is no Horace Grant. That's very important to realize. We have no Horace Grant anymore. So you lost a whole set of points right there. You still got BJ. Ron Harper's here. And Horace Grant, Horace Grant used to put up some numbers. He used to put, the last time he put up 15 points. So that's gone. BJ's still holding it down with 14 points. Jordan comes in late in the season. He's scoring 27 points, which is the all-time high. Pippen only gives you 21 points a game, 22 points a game. This is the regular season. Let's look at the playoffs now. This is where it really matters. They only played 10 games because, again, they ended up, Eastern Conference Finals. Didn't get any further than that. Let's see what happened. B.J. Armstrong. Sorry, my bad. Fuck is going on, man? The fuck? Hey, stop fucking with me, man. All right. Jordan puts up 32 points, which he usually does. Pippen, though, he drops. He only does 18 points. Kukoc picks it up. He gets 14. B.J. Armstrong also decreases, and he only gives us 10. So you can see why they lost, right? The problem wasn't their defense so much as their offense. They didn't have sufficient offense. Jordan stepped it up and did what he usually do, 31, 32 points a game. Pippen didn't step it up offensively. And there's a reason why they lost to the Orlando Magic. When you look at the numbers, they just didn't have enough numbers. Horace Grant was missing. I think Horace Grant was the Orlando Magic, if I'm not mistaken. And BJ, he tried, but he didn't put up the points that he's supposed to put. He needed at least 15 points, like the year before. So there's just Jordan, who was the major scorer. You had Kukoc stepping in with 14 points. BJ needed 15 points. If BJ was giving them what they needed to get, they could have won against the Orlando Magic. But as it was, he wasn't putting up the points he normally put up. I don't know if it's the Orlando Magic's defense, their steals, that kind of thing. Jordan was the major stealer. He was also the major blocker. They missed Horace. Horace made a difference. They needed somebody like Horace. Pippen and Jordan's not enough, So let's see what happened. Harper was there, but Harper didn't really do much offense. Harper only provided 2 points per game. That was not enough. That wasn't enough. So you can see why they lost. Okay. Now, what did Pete Myers put up? I don't think Pete Myers put up anything significant. Let me see. He was supposed to be a guy to help with their offense. Nah, he didn't put up shit. In the playoffs, he didn't put up shit. Yeah, they wasn't gonna win with those kinds of numbers. They just went 1995, 1996 Chicago Bulls. So this is where they pulled in Dennis Rodman because they needed a rebounder. They weren't rebounding like they used to. So it's all about team building. So that's why Dennis Rodman came in. You needed somebody for more offense. Jordan and Pippen can't do it with the offense. Kukoc was coming along. He was improving. And then they had Dennis Rodman from the San Antonio Spurs. He's now going to be dealing with the boards. You see, it's all about building a team. And then you had Randy Brown and James Edwards, who I don't remember. And in the midseason, they signed John Sally, who was previously released by the expansion Toronto Raptors. Rodman, Edwards, and Sally were all teammates on the Detroit Pistons during the bad boy era, where they won 2 consecutive NBA championships between 1989 and 1990. Bulls had the best team offensive rating and the best team defensive rating in the NBA and were widely regarded as one of the greatest teams in NBA history. If I'm not mistaken, the 95-96 run was their best run. They had the best. But look at the high-powered players we have here. We got guys with rings already. We got Dennis Rodman with rings from Detroit Pistons. We got James Edwards from that same team. He got ring. And John Sally had rings. So now you're bringing in high-powered guys because you need a defense. You need some offense. All right? So let's see how that goes. So the best record they ever had in the history of the NBA, 80% wins, 72-10. They were the number one in the Central Conference, first Eastern Conference. The NBA champions, they defeated the Supersonics 4-2. Okay. You ready to go through it? This is going to be crazy because this was a crazy year for them. And their first win. Here's the roster. So you got fucking Randy Brown. It's a totally different team, of course. Randy Brown, Judd Bushler, Jason Caffey. Because, you see, the problem was when Horace Grant left, that kind of fucked up things. So even though Jordan came, he could only give so many points. And he stepped it up in the playoffs. They got past the edge in the season. And Jordan stepped it up in the playoffs. Pippen did not step it up in the playoffs. And on top of that, they didn't have Horace Grant, and they missed Horace Grant. Tony Kukoc was starting to creep in and to do some point. He wasn't enough. And then BJ didn't step it up. And because of that, I guess that's why Michael Jordan was so adamant that the team needed to do better. And Luke Longley, he didn't really significantly contribute anything offensively. And he's a center. You know what I'm saying? And then their rebounding off the boards was not, it was abysmal, because they missed Horace Grant. Horace Grant was a key offensive player for the Bulls and a key defensive player for the Bulls. So the Bulls were in transition. They had lost their major offensive player in Michael Jordan, and they had also lost their major offensive player when Jordan came back. And that's probably why Jordan came back, because the Bulls wasn't going to do shit, if they couldn't even have, what the hell? If they couldn't even have, excuse me, if they couldn't even have, they didn't have Jordan, and then they didn't have Horace Grant. These were major scorers for the team. So they needed more offense, and they needed the rebounds to be able to keep the ball possession. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand? It's a team you're building. It's about a team effort. Because if you don't understand that concept, then that's why, that's why you're gonna find yourself in a position. And you have to excuse me as I'm eating, and this is taking a little while because we haven't even gotten to LeBron yet, and LeBron is even longer than this. But you can see it's a team effort. You have to understand it's a team. Yes, there are major scorers and major players in the team, but it's still a team effort. You know? It's good. Okay. So this was a killer team. This is a killer team because now there's more championship experience on this team, and it's a new team. Randy Brown, Judd Busler, Jason Gaffey. Fucking hell is wrong with you? James Edwards, Jack Haley, Ron Harper, Steve Kerr, Tony Kukoc, Luke Longley have never, and Bill Wennington have never won a championship. They don't know what that's like. And Dickie Simpsons. So this is a completely new team. But BJ is not there anymore. That has zero championship experience. Except for John Sally, Dennis Rodman, and where's Edwards? James Edwards. Okay? They know what it's like. As well as Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan. So they led the league, period. It wasn't just the Central and Eastern Conference. They led the league in terms of wins. Okay. The fuck is all this? Let's look at the player stats. Okay. Jordan, Kerr, Kukoc, Harper, Pippen comes after, then Bushler, and Bill Wellington for the most minutes played in the season. Jordan's there every single game, so he's really committed. He plays the most amount of minutes, 38 minutes. They bring on Rodman later. Harper doesn't play as much. So we have Bushel on the bench, Randy Brown, Caffey, Edwards, Haley. Harper starts, Jordan starts, Kerr's on the bench, Kukoc starts some of the games. Longley he was important. Every game he was in, he had to start. So we see the changing of the guard when it comes to centers as well. Sally was coming off the bench. Rodman was a major player, and Pippen. That's crazy. Field goals, Jordan. No, Kerr. Wow. Mr. Clutch, Steve Kerr. You can tell this is a defensive team because their field goal percentages are not high at all. Luke Longley, Pippen, Jordan, Kukoc have the highest percentages. And Harper. Let's see how they scored. Very important. Wow. It was just Jordan, Kukoc, and Pippen were the major scorers. Wow. That's crazy. And Ron Harper, they must have clamped down on their defense because this is not impressive. Offensively, during the season, this is just not impressive. So it must mean they won the games by defense. These weren't high-scoring games, that's for sure. Jordan led the team in steals. Pippen led the team in rebounds. Rodman, rebounds? No, sorry, my bad. Pippen led the team in assists. Rodman led the team in rebounds. I mean rebounds. 15 rebounds a game. So we got somebody who dominates the boards. Better than even Horace Grant. Better than even Pippen. Right? In terms of blocks, Longley led the team in blocks. So it seemed as though the defense was on point. Jordan led the team in steals. He's also the major scorer. Playoffs. Very interesting. Bill Wennington, Dennis Rodman, Scottie Pippen, Luke Longley, Steve Kerr, Michael Jordan, and Ron Harper are the only guys who played all 18 playoff games. However, Randy Brown had the best field goal percentage, I guess because he didn't get a lot of chances at the free throw line, and he's also the best three-point player for some reason. But he only had 3 points per game, so he wasn't exploited. Or maybe they went to him and, I don't know. Bushler. When it counted, they threw the ball into him and he executed. All right. Ron Harper will give you 9 points a game. Again, high defensive figures. He give you 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal. Jordan always having consistent, great. Jordan give you 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals. But he mainly give you scoring to keep you in the game. This playoffs, he probably scored the least he ever scored in a while. But better than the year before. He had, no, actually worse. He only had 31 points. Pippen had worse. He had 17 points. So the Bulls were more a defensive team than an offensive team. Kukoc only gave you 11 points. I think Rodman made the difference. Rodman had 14 rebounds per game. And Pippen played the most minutes in the playoffs, a little bit more than Jordan. And Pippen had 6 assists and 3 steals a game. So they beat a lot of teams. But the basketball they played was a low-paced, low-scoring game. Because they weren't great in the field. They made an adjustment somewhere. And beefed up their defense. Because offensively, they're nothing like when they had Grant. But defensively, they were better. That's the adjustment they made. That allowed him to dominate. Jordan was putting up more or less his numbers, even though it was less than he normally put up. But around about the same amount. Pippen offensively did probably the worst he ever did in any recent series and championship. Um, which is very interesting. Is this the series where he damaged his back? No. But they got a lot of wins. So I think they boosted up their defense. And that's why so well. Because the offense wasn't that great, to be honest with you. And this is the three-peat. They went on a 69-13, 84.1, so they did even better. They defeated the Utah Jazz 4-2. They were the number one guys in the Central and in the Eastern Conference. And their roster was more or less the same. So it was the same guys playing. Robert Parrish was added to the group. He was the center to assist Luke Longley. But he was up in age. He had the usual guys. Some guy named Matt Stiakakaga, however. Bill Wennington was injured for most of the season. So let's look at the player stats. Jordan holding it down, Kerr, Pippen. So only Jordan, Kerr, and Pippen put in the most time, along with Ron Harper, Judd Butler, Jason Caffey, and Randy Brown. Everybody else didn't, like they were injured or something. I don't know what happened. Kukoc only played 57 games. Luke Longley, 59. Robert Parrish, 43. Dickie Simpson, 48. And Dennis Rodman only played 55 games. This is crazy. I don't know what to say. These guys weren't even there all the time. This is crazy, man. Some guy named Bison Dell, he played 9 games. The fuck? Man, this team was crazy. Anyway, Randy Brown played 72. So those are the consistent ones. This is crazy. Anyway, here we go. Steve Kerr was, again, the clutch guy in terms of his field goals, his three-point plays. Michael Jordan played the most minutes. Dennis Rodman was right after. Pippen was next, and then Rodman. So these are the guys that kind of carrying the team. Rodman not scoring, but defensively in terms of rebounding. So let's see what's happening with the rebounds. Yeah, look at that. Rodman had 16 fucking rebounds. That's some astronomically high figures per game. That's ridiculous. That's almost double what Horace Grant used to do. So I think that element of defense, I think, made a big difference. So they don't have the offensive numbers. If you look at the offensive numbers, Jordan, only 30 points a game. So he's getting worse and worse. And Pippen, well, Pippen kind of matched him up this time. He did 20 points a game. But, Pippen's like 20, 21, 22, 23, maybe 24, maybe 25 points. That's the most you get out of Pippen. Jordan gets his 30 points in the season. The rest of the guys ain't doing shit. Kukoc is the only one. And he puts up a kind of like a Horace Grant numbers. But when the Bulls were really firing back in 1992, they did better. I think the 1992 season was the best of the Bulls. Offensively, that is. Because you had Grant, you had B.J. Armstrong, you had assistance from Cartridge. What the fuck am I saying? I can't. Bill Cartridge. It's Cartridge? What the fuck? He was putting up 10 points. So you had BJ with 10. You had Cartridge with 10. You had Horace Grant with like 12 or 13 or 14. You had Pippen with his 19, 20. You had Jordan with his 30. You know what I'm saying? So you had the distribution. Now, all the major guys that doing anything over 10 is Pippen, Jordan, Kukoc, right? And Grind used to put up bigger numbers than Kukoc, you know? So offensively, they didn't really have much of anything. Harper would give you a little something, something, you know, but the team really didn't have big scores, which was a big deal because Luke Longley put up some points, but still not as good as Bill Cartridge. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what's going on here. So let's roll it down here to the playoffs. All right. Bison Dale, who was not a starter, Ron Harper, Michael Jordan, Steve Kerr, Tony Kukoc, Luke Longley, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman. In the playoffs, these motherfuckers changed mode, and they were there for every single playoff. Nobody missed nothing. Robert Parrish was there for 2, but you know, more a bench guy. Rodman had 28 minutes on average. Pippen 39, 40 minutes. Jordan had 42. Longley had 22. Kukoc had 22. Kerr had 18. Harper had 27. Harper's really needed. So you can see he has more than all of those guys. Harper was this guy shut down defense like crazy. Right? And all the other guys, and Bison Dell, all the other guys, they were really bench warmers, which is crazy. All right. Randy Brown don't really do much, but you know, they were bench warmers. They didn't really get a lot of playing time. Bison Dell got a little bit more playing time. You had also Ron Harper, right? Jordan, he scored more than in the regular season. He had 31 points. Good for him. Kerr had 5 points, and Kukoc had the least amount of points I've ever seen him. He had 8 points. Pippen had his 19 points, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That's Pippen. So it's really Pippen and Jordan that carried the team. That's fucking crazy. Kukoc was nowhere to be found. He had critical plays, but he was nowhere to be found. It's kind of crazy. Rodman, however, I'm sure Rodman made a difference right there. Oh, no, he did not. His rebounds was only 8.4 rebounds. Wow. Jordan had almost the same amount of rebounds as him. And Pippen, Scottie Pippen. Was Scottie Pippen there? Yeah. And Pippen had 7. Jordan had 8. And wow. And Dennis Rodman had 8. That's interesting. So they were more focused. They seemed to be more focused on defense. Jordan only had 5 assists. So all the numbers are going down. I tell you, they were just focused on defense or something. Who is this? Kerr's a menacing son of a bitch. Yeah, 93% free throws. So he with Kerr, he's gonna sink it. Jordan led the team in steals and assists. That's crazy. I thought Pippen would be the assist guy. Nope. Pippen had 4 assists and he had 1 steal. So Jordan was leading that. Wow. And then what's this shit here? Blocks. That's Rodman, isn't it? No. What? Robert Parrish played defense and he had the most blocks. 2 per game. That is crazy. So Parrish had his role to play, but he wasn't there all the time. Which is still let it. I don't get it. Well, whatever. I guess it's a percentage. I don't know. Well, where is Dennis Rodman? Yeah. This is so interesting. So that's the Chicago Bulls for you. That's the Chicago Bulls for you. All right. In the 1997-1998 playoffs, or 98 season, sorry, not forget playoffs, Phil Jackson was still the head coach of the Chicago Bulls. Oh, this is the final year. My bad. 97 to 1998. So that was supposedly their best year. This year, they didn't win as much. It was 62 and 20. And you can see the commitment of the players is less and less. They're not coming to as many games and all that kind of shit. So I can see why Jordan was kind of agitating them in this final one. They defeated the Jazz. They were again conference champions and all of that. This was the roster. Keith Boot. Who the hell is that? Who? Yeah, that's a great question. Randy Brown, Judd Bushler, Scott Burrell was there for the final year. Okay. Ron Harper, Michael Jordan, Steve Kerr, Joe Klein, Tony Kukoc, Rusty LaRue, Luke Longley. This is like a totally different, is another team again. Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Dickie Simmons, and Bill Wennington. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Player stats. Scott Burrell played 80 games. Then he had Ron Harper and Michael Jordan. They played most of the games. Tony Kukoc did not play most of the games. Dennis Rodman, he played a certain amount. And Scottie Pippen was out for most of the season. He only played 44 games. When he went into the game, he was playing 37. He had 37 minutes or 38 minutes. Jordan had 39 minutes. So Jordan was working his ass off for this last one. And David Vaughn at 100%, whatever. Free throw. Field goal, okay. But he didn't have much shooting. So who was carrying the major load? Michael Jordan. Look at his numbers. 29 points. Pippen, when he came, he had his 19 points. Pippen led them in assists. Again, only 6 assists. So it's not like who used to do assist a lot? Assist. Somebody else. Oh, B.J. Armstrong used to do assists as well, I think. And then steals, he led the league in steals. He led the league also, Jordan, in steals. And in blocks, that would go to, who is that? Luke Longley. And Dennis Rodman. Rebounds. 15 fucking rebounds in this season. Wow. It's crazy. That's just ridiculous. Those rebounds make a difference. Yeah. They make a big difference. Defensively, yeah. Pippen had 5 rebounds and Jordan had 6. I mean, Rodman made a big difference. I'm telling you right now. Because it helped them to keep possession. In the playoffs, we're looking at Scott Burrell, Ron Harper, Michael Jordan, Steve Kerr, Tony Kukoc, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman. These are the core people that carried this team. Okay. Michael Jordan had the most minutes with 42 minutes. Pippen had 40 minutes. Then Rodman had 34 minutes. Kukoc had 30 minutes. Harper had 27 minutes. Yeah. Steve Kerr really was like a John Paxson replacement. He had like 20 minutes. Bushler was the main guy. He bombed that 3. In terms of free throws, that goes to Bill Wennington. He actually was the most accurate guy. You follow him, he's sure to make the free throws. And then in terms of free throws, no, my bad. That's not free throws. Field goals. You pass him the ball, he get it into the hoop, which is interesting. He only had 3 points in the whole game, but it is what it is. Free throws, that goes to whoever this person is. Scott Burrell. Okay, don't foul him. He'll sink it. Then you had Jordan. Who's below Jordan? Steve Kerr. Yeah. Who's this? Luke Longley. Oh, Luke Longley can make free throws. Pippen, not so much. Rebounds, again, fucking Rodman, 12 rebounds a game. These ridiculous numbers, I'm telling you. Assists, that goes to Pippen. Steals, that went to Pippen. Blocks, that went to Pippen. So Pippen took up his responsibility of a blocker game. Jordan scored the highest. Pippen did not score that much. Not that high. It's probably the lowest he's ever had in a playoff. Kukoc came in and also assisted. But then again, Pippen, I don't know what to say. So that's what you got. And this team won. Again, not a big scoring team, more a defensive team. They used to be a big scoring team back in the first repeat, but not this time. So that's interesting. They really beefed up on the defense. That's how they were able to win these championships. All right. And finally, the Chicago Bulls. No Jordan, no Pippen. Okay. The 1998-1999 NBC season was the 33rd season for the Chicago Bulls in the National Basketball Association. Due to a lockout, the regular season began in February 1999 and was cut from 82 games to 50 games. Okay. We had a new head coach. Phil Jackson was gone. Tim Floyd. Gary was the United Center. The record was 13-37, or 2.6. So it dropped drastically. Okay? They they returned to the 8th position in the Central Division and 15th in the Eastern Conference. They did not qualify for the playoffs. Yeah, they like dead last. Oh my God. There they are. I just want to see who's on the team. There's a guy. Oh my God. All right, now let's look at the roster. Brent Barry, the guy who did the free throw junk, he was on the team. Corey Benjamin, Mario Bennett, Keith Booth, Randy Brown was still there. He's a guard. Mark Bryant, Corey Carr, Cornell David. Ron Harper was still there. Wow, poor Ron. Charles Jones. Tony Kukoc was still there. Oh my God. Andrew Lang, Jeff Sanders, Dickie Simpkins was still there. Bill Wennington was still there. Wow. So no more Rodman. No Jordan, no Pippen. Those were the three major guys that held it down. And without them, obviously, you didn't have any offense, and they just came dead last. I don't know if they. Well, I don't know what they were running because they had a new coach and everything too. They didn't have the coach that was there before. So all that. Good Lord Jesus. Small forward Jeff Sanders missed the entire season. Oh my God. Okay. Here is the. Okay, we saw the regular season already. I just wanted to see what the points are, but they don't even have that. Oh yeah, I think I see it. Player statistics. Here we go. Okay. Brent Barry. He played 37 of the games. Keith Booth held it down. Randy Brown held it down. Oh yeah, it's 50 games. My bad. So Cornell David, he actually came for 50 games. Dickie Simpsons, that's it. Only two. Oh my God. So Dickie Simpkins. So Dickie Simpkins and Cornell David played all 50 games. Tony Kukoc played 44 of the 50 games. Rusty LaRue played 43. Mark Bryant played 45. That's about it, man. Everybody else was. Randy Brown played 39. Keith Booth played 39. Brent Barry played 37. Good Lord Jesus. Let's see here. Who we got here? Brent Barry played 11 games, had 11 points on average. So he actually was a scorer. Nobody else scored above 10, but still it's worth noting that Randy Brown, he actually put in more points because I guess he got more minutes as well. That's why. Randy Brown got 29 minutes. Brent Barry got 32. Randy Brown had 9 points a game. Mark Bryant, he had 27 minutes, and he had 9 points a game as well. Ron Harper actually scoring. Ron Harper had 11 points a game, the veteran. And he had 32 minutes. Tony Kukoc had the most time. He had 38 minutes. And he scored, he's scoring Pippen numbers now. 19 points a game. So that's good. And one more person I see here, Dickie Simpkins. So all the guys who kind of were with the Bulls in the championship thing, Dickie Simpkins, Tony Kukoc. I noticed that Luke Longley's not there anymore either. Tony Kukoc, Ron Harper. They're the major scorers, right? You got Ron Harper, Tony Kukoc, and then you have Randy Brown. Was that Randy Brown? No, who is this? Brent Barry. Okay. So Brent Barry, Tony Kukoc, Ron Harper, they're the major scorers. Then you got guys who kind of help them. Dickie Simpkins. You got this guy here. Who's this? Mark Bryant, sorry. And you got who's this? Randy Brown. They kind of supplemented, but they that's not enough, you know. That was the regular season. Who was the major rebounder? They ain't got nobody who's a major rebounder or nothing. They ain't got nothing. Let's see. Brent Barry, he had 1 steal per game, so that's good. Ron Harper, the glove, he had 2 steals per game. Also, somebody else had steals per game. Randy Brown, he's quick. 2 steals per game. And you also had Tony Kukoc, who had 1 steal per game. So that was what's up. Harps, boy. Yep. Blocks. Somebody blocked. Ron Harper. He had 1 block per game. So it's not like significant. The defense wasn't as tight. It was a whole new team of people. You had, guys who were world champions like Kukoc, Harper, Simpkins, Wennington. These were the championship guys that were on the team. They had experience, and Randy Brown. So Brent Barry, he put up some decent-ish numbers. But, the other guys, they had experienced championship stuff. And these were like the remnant. And they were just, I guess they were watching to see if the team would crumble, or go on like when Pippen led the team back in 1993, 1994. But nah, man, they came in dead last. Even with the glove and Kukoc there. They just fell all the way down. Just want to show you. Let me move to uh so 97, 98. That was 99. Here's 99, 2000. It's probably a totally different team. Okay, so the Bulls won the NBA draft lottery and selected power forward Elton Brand out of Duke University with the first overall pick in the 1990 NBA draft. They also selected small forward Ron Artest. Ron Artest ended up on the Lakers and won a ring. Out of St. John's University with the 16 overall pick. During the offseason, the team acquired Hersey Hawkins of the Seattle Supersonics and signed free agent Fred Hoiberg and re-signed former Bulls guard B.J. Armstrong, okay, and former Bulls center Will Perdue, who both won championships from the team's first repeat early 90s. Head coach Tim Floyd, Derek Krause, Jerry Rice. So they were trying to build back something, you could see. In the Central Division, they were still 8th. In the conference, they were still 15th, so they were still dead last. And they did not make the playoffs. Let's see how that goes. Okay, so the roster. Now it's Chris Anstey. B.J. Armstrong's back in there. Ron Artest, but he was injured for most of the season, unfortunately. Corey Benjamin. They brought in Corey Benjamin, and he was also injured. Elton Brand. Randy Brown still there. Chris Carr, Kersey Hawkins, Fred Hoiberg, Matt Maloney. I don't know who those guys are. Will Perdue is still. They brought him back in. Michael Ruffin and Dickie Simpson was still there. So Randy Brown and Dickie Simpson still remained. The guy who used to dunk and stuff, he's gone. Kukoc is gone. So let's see how that goes. So regular season. Dead last. Oh wow, they're really losing games now. They're dead last. The Chicago Bulls, you realize there are key players and ingredients you have to have in your team for it to be successful and to keep going. And once those ingredients are gone, the team loses. Let's see if there's any hope in these guys here. So first of all, this is an 82-game season, and look at that. You can see, if you see guys showing up for almost every game of the season, there's a certain degree of commitment. And you could tell this team has no commitment at all to winning anything. That's the first thing. Minutes played. Elton Brand played 37 minutes because he's committed, right? Tony Kukoc is still on the team. My bad. He plays 36 minutes, but he only comes through for 24 games. I don't know if he's injured. It could be a lot of injuries they have. That could be it. Ron Artest, he comes in. He plays 31 minutes. Rusty LaRue, he plays 32 minutes. And he only plays 4 games in the season. Fred Hoiberg, 27 minutes. These guys are putting in some minutes. 27 minutes again for Hersey Hawkins. Dietrich Wilbury, 20 minutes. John Starks from the Knicks. Okay. He's putting in 20 minutes. B.J. Armstrong, he's on that team. Randy Brown putting in some minutes. So everybody's getting minutes. Okay, good. Let's see who's scoring. That's the problem. Nobody's scoring. Oh, 2 people scored. Tony Kukoc has 18 points still, and Ron Artest. Who is this person? Elton Brand scores 20 points. Wow. So they got Elton Brand, Tony Kukoc, and Ron Artest. They're scoring. And then they got some backup scorers. They got Chris Carr. Those got 10 points. That's about it. Okay, that's about it. In short, what I'm saying is, you could have Tony Kukoc there. You got Randy Brown and so on, but the Bulls are not the Bulls without certain players. to win the game. But clearly, Jordan's not enough to get the Bulls over the hurdle to win. You have to have pieces of the puzzle. And that's the thing. And you can see Jerry Krause and the other guy at Ricefield. You can see they're trying to build back a team of some kind. It's not working right now. And the number one pick, he does perform, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so that's for the Chicago Bulls. I know I'm somewhere in 3 hours. I'm almost 4 hours in. But if you're still watching this, that's amazing. But I'm going to tell you right now, we still have LeBron James to deal with. So let's go with it, okay? So the Chicago Bulls returned to what they were, a shitty team. Even though you have some guys who are performing like Tony Kukoc, the new guy, Elton Brand, it's still a shitty team. Michael Jordan with a shitty team doesn't win championships. And that's the point. It's about the team. Okay, let's keep it moving. Obviously, the Bulls without Jordan, when there was Pippen and there was Horace Grant and there was B.J. Armstrong and there was Paxson, etc., etc., etc. Even though it was in transition with Luke Longley and Tony Kukoc, and Tony Kukoc wasn't really a major scorer of the team until later. But all these new players that came in, they still managed to always make it to the Eastern Conference Finals. So obviously the Bulls was a good team. They needed a little extra push, a little extra oomph. And Jordan was the one piece that was missing to get them over there. Because remember, the Bulls was created as a team around Jordan. If the team was created around, say, Pippen or around, which is basically, if you think about it, you want to see a team that's built around Pippen, look at any LeBron James team. So we're going to look at that now. Oh, no, not yet. So we have the Washington Wizards, okay? The Washington Wizards. The head coach at the time was Leonard Hamilton. The president, Michael Jordan. The general manager, Wes Unseld. And the owner, Abe Pollin. That team was 19 and 63. In the division, that's the Atlantic Division, they were 7th. And in the conference, they were 14th. Let me show you what the Wizards look like, therefore. So here are the people. Hubert Davis, who used to be on the Indiana Pacers. Courtney Alexander, Richard Hamilton, which is a very skilled player, would later become a champion as well with a certain team. Popeye Jones, Christian Laettner, Tyrone Nesby, Lauren Prophet, Mitch Richmond, who was sick for most of the season, Mike Smith, Etan Thomas, another guy sick for most of the season, David Vanterpolt, Lloyd Voigt, Jahidi White, and Chris Whitney, another guy sick for most of the season. As you can see, the Washington Wizards were 19-63, a 23% win rate. Last in their Atlantic Division standings, and in the Eastern Conference, second to last, only above the Chicago Bulls. Okie dokie. Here are the player stats. So, as you can see, there were 82 games in the season, and not one of these motherfuckers played 82 games. Very important to understand. Now, it could be that they had injuries, whatever. But this team was a mess in terms of discipline and ethic. So, who was the major scorer? Well, interestingly, Courtney Alexander. He scored 17 points a game. Also, we had Richard Hamilton, who had been there for 78 games. He's a committed guy, you could tell. And he scored 18 points a game. Also, Juwan Howard, a whitish kind of Negro guy. He had 54 games. He came in, I guess, later on in the season. He scored 18 points a game as well. So these guys were scoring. We had 3 major scorers in the team, and a fourth that's a helper outer, Hubert Davis. So they're a scoring team, that's for sure. Christian Laettner was another major scorer with 13 points a game. Very good. Christian Laettner was a good player. He played for the Atlanta Hawks. Mitch Richmond, he also scored 16 points a game. So we got a lot of people who could score. That's for one. He had Rod Strickland from the Philadelphia 76ers, and he also scored 12 points a game. So he had a number of guys who scored above 10 points. Oh, there's one more guy, Chris Whitney. He scored 10 points a game. So that's significant. Okay, you have people who can score. Now the question is, what does it look like in terms of rebounds and blocks, and how many of these guys actually were in enough games to let the team have a chance to win? All right, you can see some of these guys came in. The asterisk on them, that star asterisk, maybe they're injured. That's probably what that star thing is. Do you know this player spent time with another team in the season? Okay. Stats reflect time with the Wizards only. Okay. So they brought in these guys. So you had Loy Voigt, he was brought in. Rod Strickland was brought in. Oh, Strickland. Motherfucking Strickland, man. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. Cherokee Parks, he came in. That's why he is when he took 13 plays. They were bringing in people. Tyron Nesby. I remember Nesby. Philippe Lopez. These guys are pretty prolific scorers, though. Christian Laettner was brought in later. Juwan Howard. So that's why you're seeing 29, 15, etc. It's like later on in the thing they were brought in. That's why. Hubert Davis. Obina. Ezeke. All right. Courtney Alexander. Okay. Calvin Booth. So that explains it. They're now building up a team. That's what happened. Okay. So let's see here. Michael Jordan joins the team in 2001, 2002. The team has a 37-win, 45 losses. It's now 5th in the Atlantic Division, and the conference is 10th. Yeah, so they didn't qualify, but let's just see what's up. Okay, in the regular season, here they are, ahead of the Miami Heat and the New York Knicks, who are also rebuilding. Okay. So they're still in the bottom half of the teams, but they're a few strokes ahead of some other teams. They're not dead last anymore, which is good. So Jordan's on the team now. So here's the roster. Courtney Alexander, Kwame Brown, number 1 pick. Hubert Davis, Richard Hamilton, Brendan Haywood, Popeye Jones, Michael Jordan, Christian Laettner, Tyronn Lue, I remember him, Tyron Nesby, Bobby Simmons, Eaton Thomas, Jahadi White, and Chris Whitney. And now let's just look at their performances. Courtney Alex. Oh, Jesus. You gotta be like that, man. Oh, fuck it, man. What the fuck, bro? Why is it playing up its ass like that? Oh, bro. Okay, somebody has an outstanding play right here. I don't know who it is. Could be Michael Jordan. Yes, it is. So Michael Jordan brought 23 points to the game. Richard Hamilton was the next scorer with 20 points. Okay, that's good. But there was a whole bunch of guys who were scoring. Chris Whitney still keeps on scoring. He gives us 10 points. And Courtney Alexander gets 10 points. Kwame Brown doesn't produce anything. Hubert Davis, who was scoring 10 points, he's no longer scoring 10 points. Christian Lake, he was scoring over 10 points. He's not scoring that anymore. So I don't know if Jordan started consolidating those points that those guys were doing or what. It's not helping. Okay. And I think this is the final season of Jordan's. Yeah. So anyway, the head coach became Doug Collins this time. And Jordan makes a go at it with them. They get to 37 and 45, which is a respectable total, 45% win. They're fifth in the Atlantic Division, ninth in the conference. It's not necessarily the best thing in the world. Fifth in the Atlantic Division, 10th in the conference. So they're still pretty much in the same position they were before, which is a pity. What the heck was that? I don't know. You heard it? Yeah. Oh, oh my gosh. So again, they didn't qualify for the playoffs, but let's see. Kwame Brown goes all 80 games. That's good. Brandon Hayward, he has 81 games. Leitner 76, Michael Jordan 82. So Michael Jordan goes all 82 games. The other guys are not committed. So he doesn't really have a committed team to start with. Tyronn Lue 75, Christian Laettner 76. Brian Russell, who Jordan played against, he was on the team this time. Jerry Stackhouse is there. But some guys like Strickland, they're gone. So anyway, this is what it looks like. Who's scoring there? Larry Hughes is the guy that starts to score. Michael Jordan scoring. Oh, but you know who's missing? One of their major scorers is no longer there. Yeah. Or is it? Is that Hamilton there? Nope. Jerry Stackhouse. So Jerry Stackhouse puts up 22. Jordan puts up 20. Larry Hughes puts up 12. But I don't see the young player. Forgot what his name is. Who is putting in 20. So he's probably he left, which is a pity. This is the Wizards without Jordan. New head coach Eddie Jordan. And the rest is Gilbert Areas, blah, 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 blah. Kwame Brown's there. Christian Laettner is injured. Jerry Stackhouse is there. Chris Whitney's injured. So it's a pity. Oh, boy. Almost at the bottom of the barrel. Okay. And then there's the individual stats for the players. Okay. Gilbert Arenas, he scores 20 points a game. Kwame Brown scores 11 points a game. Jarvis Hayes scores 10 points a game. Larry Hughes scores 19 points a game. Terry Stackhouse forms 14 points a game. Is that enough? I don't know. I don't think so. So you can see that without Jordan, they kind of collapse and they go downwards. Right? With Jordan, Jordan gives a little boost. Of course, he's old and all that too. But my bottom line is you have to build up a team. You have to build up something that will work. And just because you get the number one pick draft or you get a very promising person doesn't mean, I didn't even put points to the table, but it's not just about scoring. It's also about defense. It's all about getting rebounds and all those kinds of things. So when you're building a team, you have to build it in pieces. You have to get the right coach and everything, you know? So you have to have a system in place. That's why teams acquire all these great players sometimes. You know, whether it's egos that get in the way or it's people wanting individual accolades or whatever. You have to understand that it's a team sport and you have to do what's best for the team. You know? So that's the way that goes. Let's deal with LeBron James now. Before LeBron James came to the Cleveland Cavaliers, this is what their stats look like. Their head coach was John Lucas and Keith Smart. They were 17-65. In other words, they're a shit team. They were 8th in the Central Division, 15th in the conference. They never qualified for the playoffs. And this was their roster. Carlos Boozer, Tier Brown, Ricky Davis, De Sagna Diop, a name I can't pronounce, Jermaine Jones, Chris Mim, Darius Miles, Milt Palacios, Marsh Buck Parker, Michael Stewart, and DeJohn Wagner. I know none of these people. Okay, so the regular season, they were dead last in the Eastern Conference and also in their own district. Okay. Enter LeBron James. 2003-2004 Cleveland season. New head coach Paul Silas. President Jim Paxson. General manager Jim Paxson. Owners Gordon Gund and George Gund. All right. You see, George Gund III. Gund Arena. So I don't know what that means. And 35-47, which is 43%. Not bad. Division is 5. And the conference, they came ninth in the Eastern Conference. Then qualified for the playoffs. And this is the roster: Tony Batty, Carlos Boozer, Kendrick Brown, Desagna Diop, whatever the name is. LeBron James is now on there. Jason Capono, Jeff McInnes, Lee Nayland, Ira Newby, or Noodle, Kevin Ira Newbley, Kevin Ollie, Deshaun Wagner, and Eric Williams. Okay. So with LeBron there, they moved up from dead last to in the middle of their Central Division. In the Eastern Conference, they were a little under the middle point. All right, New York Knicks were where they needed to be. The Cleveland Cavaliers, that is. So that's them there. Okay, let's go through it. Remember, it's 82 games a season. Kevin Ollie, 82. All right. So everybody else, you have some little asterisks on some people, but everybody else, LeBron cannot say that he played every single game. He's injured quite. LeBron James had 79 of the 82 games, and some guy that can't pronounce his name, he had 81 of the 81 games. Okay, Carlos Boozer had 75. Kevin Ollie had 82, which is what you had to have, right? Okay, so now LeBron had the highest amount of minutes played. Then we have Jeff McInnes. Uh, so the most minutes was LeBron, then Jeff McInnes, then that guy I can't pronounce his name, and Carlos Boozer. So Carlos Boozer, 15.5 points, which is 16 points. We have the guy who can't pronounce his name, 15 points. LeBron, 21 points. Mm-hmm. Rebounds, skip per game, Carlos Boozer. Field goal shots. Okay. I'm crashing. That's what's happening. Carlos Boozer is pretty good in terms of field goals. He's also the best actually on the team in field goals, and he's also the best in rebounding. And he makes 16 points a game, which was really good. Then you got the guy I can't pronounce. He had 3 blocks in the game, which is pretty good. And then he had LeBron James. He had 21 points, 2 steals per game, and yep, 39 minutes he played in the game. Now, again, Jason Capono, he had the best 3-point field goal percentage. And then let's see, Jeff McInnes had the best free throw line percentage. And then he also had 8 assists per game. The leading stealer in the game was LeBron. and the leading blocker on the team. Leading blocker on the team. Major rebounder is Carlos Boozer. Major blocker to be the guy I can't pronounce his name. I'm going to call him ZL. Three blocks per game. That's LeBron. Jeff mentions a President's Day. Yep. Steals, that would be LeBron again. McInnes. I'm crashing, guys. I'm crashing now. But basically, you got four major scorers. You got Carlos Boozer, 16 points. You got the guy I can't pronounce, ZL. He had 15 points. You had LeBron with 21 points. And you had Jeff McInnes with 12 points. You know, was it good enough? No, of course not, but it helped the team to improve. Okay. So from dead last to, in the middle of the pack. 2009 to 2010 Cleveland Cavaliers. They had a really good record, 61-21, 74%. They were the number one in the Central Conference and number one in the Eastern Conference. So how did they lose? Well, they lost to the Golden State Warriors. So there's nothing you can do about it. Mm-hmm. So on top of that, there, and then they are on top of the Eastern Conference. However, they still did not win. They didn't make it to the playoffs, though. And the playoffs, they lost to the Celtics. Yeah. So, yeah. They led everything. That's the regular season. Playoffs. Shouldn't the regular season after that should have. Well, anyway, whatever. That's the playoffs. Play statistics. So, so you had Daniel Gibson, Danny Green. Well, okay. Yeah, LeBron James. Oh, let me see. Danny Green. 8-something. LeBron James, anyway. You had Antoine Jameson. Then you got what? Shaquille O'Neal. Oh, he's with the Heat now. This is the Heat. What are we playing with? The Heat. This is the Heat. Okay, this is not Cleveland Cavaliers. Oh yeah, it is Cleveland Cavaliers. What the fuck? They had Shaq on the team? You're serious? LeBron had 30 points. Antoine Jameson had 16 points. Shaq had 12 points. This is ridiculous. Sebastian Telfair, he had 10. 10 points to Sebastian Telfair. I didn't know Shaquille O'Neal was on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Yeah, they had a better season. And they actually made it into playoffs. And they made it to, I believe, the Eastern Conference wrestle time. Anyway, let's see here. So now that that's settled, the question is, so in the playoffs they played, but who did they play in the playoffs? That's what I want to know. Injuries, surgeries, absences. So all of these people were injured. Shaquille with the right thumb surgery, right elbow injury, and they had a lot of injuries. So Mario moved. Who did they lose to in the playoff finals? Golden State Warriors. Who they lost to? They lost to the Celtics. Oh, yeah, the Boston Celtics. That's right. That makes sense. Okay. What the fuck am I doing that for? So this is the Cleveland Cavaliers without head coach Byron Scott, general manager Chris Grant. This is oh wow, without LeBron. So 19-63. Oh my God. 15 Central Division, 15 in the conference, so they gone back to the bottom. Oh, the mango just hit the ground. Bap. Okay, so they went right back down to the bottom of the charts. Let's see why. Well, this is the team anyway. Baron Davis, which is a good player. He had 13 points. Baron Davis is a good player. I think he eventually won a world championship. Daniel Gibson, he had 11 or 12 points. 12 points. And Byron Davis had 14 points. J.J. Hickson had 14 points. Antoine Jameson had okay. Oh fuck. Ramon Session and who is this? Mo Williams. So we had a bunch of people who scored, you know, but of course Shaq is no longer there and LeBron's no longer there. So the team just had scores and stuff, but again, not defense and stuff like that, you know? Steals per game and stuff. So the team went down once LeBron left. Okay. All right. Then LeBron went to the Miami Heat. This is the Miami Heat before LeBron went. It was 47-35. Third in Southeast Division and Conference fifth. Okay. Lost to the Celtics in the first round of the playoffs. So they had went to the playoffs. This is the roster. Dwayne's still on the team, but even though he was on the team, and they had made it to the playoffs, uh, it wasn't the greatest in the world, you know. Okay, so that's the roster. This is before, of course. So anyway, they were third in the Southeast Division, fifth overall, which is not bad. Uh, yeah. Man, I'm falling asleep. I'm tired. And I've been doing this stream for a good minute. But in the regular season, this is what they look like. Okay, let me show you their performances. This is their performances. So, Joel Anthony, this is now, we're talking about the Heat. Joel Anthony, okay, first things first, giving his position and everything. Games played, he played 80 of the games. Again, these guys are not playing all the games. Guys, not all the games. That's just not the Bulls. All right. Okay. Okay. So they're giving the actual numbers, it looks like, per season instead of giving us per game. Oh, they got it here. Okay, rebounds per game, 8.1. Who is this? Udonis Haslam. Okay. Minutes per game. He had 28. 30 minutes per game for the other guy, Beasley, and so on. All right. Oh, man. Rebounding. Okay. Guys, excuse me, I'm dead tired. 26.6 points per game, that's D Wade. 14.8 points per game, that's Michael Beasley. I remember Beasley. Jermaine O'Neal, 14 points per game. That's it. You have three major players who are doing that thing. Now, where were they in the conference by that time? Where were they? Third in the division and fifth in the Eastern Conference. Okay. Jesus. Ugh. Okay. 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 So that's where they were. So when LeBron came in, they were already a championship. They had seen some championships and all of that. All right. So LeBron came in 2010. Their percentage went up. They became the division first in the Southeast Division, second in the Eastern Conference. So if I can find them here real quick. Regular season. This is season stuff. Uh, yeah, it was during the regular season. Apparently, the Chicago Bulls were just ahead of them. Okay, the fuck, bro. They ended up losing to the Mavericks 2-4. Yeah, the Mavericks went to Mavericks for something. I remember that. Okay, so that's what's up. Right, regular season. Let's see what they player statistics that I'm looking for. All right, okay. Wow, got such a varied range of people. D Wade is in there again. Jawan Howard came across there. That's good. Okay, Jerry Stackhouse and company was also over there. LeBron James is there. He played 79 games. Yeah. Let's see who scored. So that's LeBron James, D Wade. Yeah. So D Wade, LeBron James was the major scorer. D Wade was the next one. And that's about it. Nobody else contributed. Which is crazy. But they did make it to the conference finals. So before that, they did not. They made it to the semifinals. This time they made it to the finals. And they lost. Mm-hmm. Wow. I'm trying to do this thing. It's playing up its fucking ass. D-Wade, LeBron James, and Chris Bosh, and the fourth season under head coach Eric Spoelstra. Beginning the season, they looked to bounce back from the disappointing finish the previous year where they lost to the Dallas Mavericks in the NBA Finals. They ended up becoming NBA champions, defeating the Thunder 4-1. So they got their NBA championship in 2012. They were 46-20 though. Let me see what's up. All right. So here's the roster. Okay, so they became a championship team. This is them here. Joe Anthony. So Jawan Howard won a title. LeBron James. Somewhere there is D Wade. Dwayne Wade. There you go. Whoa. Wow. Okay. So player statistics. All right. Let's just go to the playoffs. So the playoffs, the following guys played all the games. LeBron James, D Wade, Mario Chambers, Shane Battier, Mike Miller. They played. And these are their numbers. LeBron had 30. D Wade had 23. Chambers had 11. Chris Bosh joined the team, and he had 14. So that's why they won, because Chris Bosh was there with them. Okay. So they won a championship then, and they also won in 2013. But they have always been a team that defeated the Spurs. Wow, they have been a team that was there at the top of the thing for the Heat. You know, Okay, so there's their roster. Ray Allen's on the team now. Oof. Man, they beefed this shit up. Chris Anderson, Joe Anthony, Badia, Chris Bush is there. Juwan Howard's there. LeBron James. D Wade. Okay, so let's look at how they performed in the playoffs. If I can find. So the regular season. Again, some people are not going to go to these places, these universities and stuff to perform. All right. So LeBron James had 27 points. Then you had Chris Bosh with 17 points. You had D Wade with 21 points. Some major scores for the team. So that somehow that managed to be. DeJuan Howard didn't score anything. That's crazy. That's it. That's all they had, and they won. That's crazy. Oh, there's another person here. Ray Allen. Wow. So, okay. Then you have here assists. That would be LeBron. Rebounds. He's the major rebounder. He plays the most minutes. Bosh has the second most. Third most D Wade. I'll go into the other stuff some other time because I'm sleepy. Okay. 2013, LeBron James is still there. Eric Spoelstra, whatever. President's Pat Riley. Okay, Pat Riley's the president. Wow. They're first in the division again, second in the Eastern Conference Finals. In the NBA Finals, they lost to the Spurs. The Spurs did them back. And let's look at player statistics because we kind of know what's happening there. So let's see. LeBron puts up 27 points again. But this time, Ray Allen only does 10 points. Bosh, D Wade has 19 points, so he's got less. And Bosh, where's Chris Bosh? Chris Bosh is there or not? They traded him. Michael Beasley's there. Ray Allen's there. Yeah, Chris Bosh is up on top here. He scores 16 points. Okay. And then you have steals. Let's see here. Rebounds. LeBron has the most, 7. He has assists, which is 6. And he has steals, which is 2. Mario Chambers also has 2 steals. Somebody has blocks. That's Chris Anderson. Yeah. Okay. I am fading so fast. The Miami Heat. Anyway, let me see if I can go through it. So this was a team that just needed a little bit more tweaking to become a championship team because this team keeps on making it to the finals. You know. All right, so let me see what's going on here with this team. Again, 37-45. Well, this is the lowest it's done. It's third in the Southeast and it's 10th in the Eastern Conference, which is really low. I don't know what happened. Let's look at the regular season first. It's really low. That is low. Here's the rest of it though. Again, Anderson, Beasley, Bosh, Chambers, Lane. And yeah. Oh my gosh, what's going on here? All right. Where are we? What are we doing? Oh, we're watching the team? Okay, I don't care about the team. I don't care about the team. I care about the performance. I don't player statistics. This is it. Okay, so let's see. Oh wow. D Wade, 22 points. Steals done by Mario Chambers. Most games, Luol Deng. This is points. Yep. This is just a rundown of things. They lost, but let's see why. 21.1. Chris Bosh. Hassan Whiteside. He puts in some points. D Wade's there. Guess who's not there? LeBron James. He's gone. So that extra 20 something points, 28, 29 points is not there. And that's why they lost to the Spurs. Okay. In the meantime, LeBron James moves on back to Cleveland. Goes back to Cleveland. This is Cleveland before LeBron James. Now they're third in the division and 10th in the Eastern Conference. So they're still at the bottom of the barrel, but they're making their way back up. Right? There they are. They're making their way back up. They're still in the bottom half of the thing. 33 and 49. Okay, and LeBron James is not there. I think he comes about this year. This year right here. He comes back into the Cleveland Cavaliers. This is their regular season. 53 and 29, so they're at the top of the division all of a sudden. And the Eastern Conference is the second. This is when LeBron James comes into the team, just in case you don't believe me. I'll need to get player statistics. So there's the players, and I'll just show you LeBron James has to be somewhere there. Andrew Wiggins. Actually, you know what? This is a summer league, you son of a bitch. Preseason, don't give a fuck about that. Here we are. LeBron James, Kyrie Irving is on that team as well. And Kevin Love. J.R. Smith's there as well. Wow, we got some names here. Okay, let's see the numbers they're putting up though. So we got somebody here. Anderson Varejo. He puts up 10 points. 11 points is put up by Dion Waiters. 11 points is put up by Timofey Mozgov. And 12 points and 60 points. Let's see. Oh, shit. Come on. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Player statistics, right. Not Summer League, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. Alright, so anyway, what was I? Yes, 10.6. That was by some guy named Timofey Mozgov. Then J.R. Smith, he also puts up 13 points. Well, we got a lot of guys in double figures. That's pretty good. 16 points to Kyrie Irving. Nope, not Kyrie Irving. Kevin Love. And then Kyrie Irving puts up 22 points. And then LeBron puts up 25 points. They're all contributing. And then on top of that, see the commitment to the game. One guy has gone to 82 games. Nobody else has done 82 games. But Kyrie Irving, 75 games. LeBron, 69 games. Kevin Love, 75 games. So you can see the commitment with those guys. And their starting team as well. And let's see. They put in some minutes. They had the most amount of minutes as well. Okay. Let's see. Who's the major rebounder here is Kevin Love. 10 rebounds a game. It's not bad. And assists, that's LeBron. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. That's the regular season. Here it is. Oh, here's what? Nothing, nothing, nothing. I was gonna say something, but forget about it. Forget about it. Okay. Okay. All right. In the 2015-2016 year, they won the championships, defeating the Golden State Warriors. Okay, 57-25. That's not bad. So LeBron gave them the victory. This is again the Cavaliers. And let's see here. I'm trying to find the fucking players stuff. It's player stats right there. We don't need the roster. Oh, fuck you. I gotta go all over and find this shit again. All right, there's it. Player statistics. That's what I care about. So LeBron James. Shit. This thing just play up his fucking ass. Oh, shit, man. Okay, LeBron James, 25 points. Then you got 20 points from Kyrie Irving. Kevin Love got 16 points, 12 points by J.R. Smith. That's about it, really, that carries the charge there. Importantly, who is rebounding? It's again. Oh, no. It's Kevin Love. And something uh, comes about that when you look at the rebounds again. Ooh, actually, it's not LeBron who's rebounding like that. It's Kevin Love. Wow, he makes a big difference. And also Tristan Thompson. So there's a bunch of guys who's rebounding. That's great. Steals, assists. That's LeBron again. I think he leads in assists. And whoa, what the hell just happened there? Stuff fell out of my hand. I'm so sleepy. You guys don't understand how sleepy I am. Okay, so I was looking at some other things here. Assists, rebounds, steals. Okay, so LeBron had one steal, and so did Irving and Love and Smith. And so you can see like all the team members kind of kick in at different things. It's not like one team member. And that's the thing about LeBron. He would distribute the ball a lot. And that makes a big difference. That's why they won. Let's keep moving here. 2016, 2017, 2017, 2008. So I think to 2016, 2017, it was the last time LeBron was playing with them. And they made it to the Eastern Conference. They were second in the Eastern Conference. They went to the finals again and lost to the Warriors this time. So what's interesting about this whole thing, okay, is this team was middle of the thing, and as soon as LeBron came, he was like the missing piece, and then they just got to championship level, and then next thing they were winning a championship, and again they keep on going back to championship level every year after that. So that's very good. They didn't go over the mountain, but so LeBron's there, Kyrie Irving's still there, Kevin Love's still there, J.R. Smith's still there. Um, oof. So this is probably LeBron here. Yep. Then we got Kyrie Irving. Yep. Then we got Kevin Love. Yep. They're the major scorers, right? Then we got Kyle Cover. He was injured or something. That's it. All right. Mm-hmm. So the final year, this is without LeBron, but they made it to the NBA Finals, but they lost to the Warriors 0-4. Hmm. Here's the player statistics. LeBron, LeBron put up 27 points. J.R. Smith was still there. Jeff Green put up 11 points, sorry. Kevin Love put up 18 points. Dwayne Wade put up 11.2 points. Hold on. This is Cavaliers? Dwayne Wade went to the Cavaliers? Okay, so Dwayne Wade was on the Cavaliers. That's crazy. Okay, but he didn't play much. They probably traded him out for Kyrie Irving. So Kyrie Irving was no longer there. So they didn't win the playoffs. Yes. Yeah, Kyrie Irving wasn't there anymore. We traded him. So that's why they got swept. And then finally, LeBron was there though. Yeah. And then finally, the year when LeBron leaves, what happens to the Cleveland Cavaliers? Yep, they drop significantly and they don't qualify for the playoffs anymore. And what are we gonna do? We just want to see who the players are. No more LeBron. We got this guy. Who's it? Johnny Phrase there. A lot of guys leave. Kevin Love's still there. Farewell to those guys. Let's see what kind of numbers they put up. What the hell is this? So I don't know why we were looking at it like that instead of points per game. I guess they didn't do great per game. So anyway, once he was gone and Kyrie Irving was gone, the championship chances of making the championship kind of went down. Even though G-Wade was there and a bunch of other guys, they couldn't make it. And of course, once LeBron was gone, that was it. They dropped down in status quite significantly, as you can see. So that's that. Okay, so once again, just like with the Bulls, once some key players are gone, that's it. All right. Los Angeles Lakers without LeBron, they didn't qualify. They Los Angeles Lakers were like a dud. Okay, they were really on the low end of the stick. Then LeBron came. So the only team that was on like a championship team was the Heat. They just needed LeBron to carry them over the edge. With the Cavaliers, they came in. They was like in the middle of the league, and then LeBron just took them all the way to the pinnacle. Right? They didn't qualify. LeBron is there. They still didn't qualify. So it is what it is. And LeBron is somewhere in there. Yep, there he is. But they're just giving us the points. They're not giving us points per game, which is crazy. In the 2019-2020 season, a year after LeBron comes, they are the first in the Pacific Conference, the first in the Western to become NBA champions, defeating the Heat. a team that LeBron once was on. And player statistics. Okay, so I can't get this fucking thing down. There you go. Oh, you motherfucker. Alright, so what the fuck, man? This fucking thing. Alright, well, whatever. So 25, LeBron James makes 25 points in the game, but somebody outscores him. Anthony Davis outscores him. Then you got Kyle Kuzma. You got Deion Waiters, who was with the Cavs. He was on the Cavs side. So Waiters is back there. And that carries him to victory. That carries him to victory. There's other things, but I'm so tired right now. I'm talking, but I'm kind of like in and out. You know what I mean? So they became NBA champions, and I just want to show you guys one thing. So the team was shit before LeBron came, and then they became champions a year or so after he came on the team. And then they lost to the Suns 2-4 in the first round of the championships. He's still on the team. And I really have to just wrap this up really quickly as much as I can. He's still on the team, and they didn't qualify. Still on the team, and they make it to the conference finals, but they lost to the Nuggets. This is in 2023. Okay. They lose in the first round again to the Nuggets. This is because the integral pieces that are needed for the team, they're not there. But here's the thing. In 2024, 2025, again, they lose to the first round to the Timberwolves, but they're number one in the Pacific Division, which is crazy, in the regular season, and they have 50-32. So that's where we're at. All right, I'll let you know what happens to them later on. But the point I'm making, the whole thing is you have to build up a team to win a championship. You know, to build up a team to win a championship. Okay, that's it for me. I need to wrap everything up, so I'm wrapping it up. I'm kind of tired, but you can see these teams aren't shit once certain key players go. Kyrie Irving left the Cavs. LeBron couldn't get no more championships, no matter what he tried to replace him. In the sense of the Miami Heat, Chris Bosh, him, and D Wade were really what was necessary to win. And once that was broken up, that was it. It was Kyrie Irving, Love, him, and J.R. Smith that made sense for them to do things. With the Bulls, it was Horace Grant, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, B.J. Armstrong on the side. They were very committed as a team. That early Bulls was very committed as a team. Later on, the Bulls was not as committed. But they had Dennis Rodman for the rebounding, particularly. They had Pippen and Jordan were the major scorers. When Grant was left and we had a new set of people, Kukoc was the other guy that was a major scorer because Grant was no longer there. B.J. Armstrong was no longer there. So you get the feeling that you have to have, for a team to really be successful, you have to have the pieces of the team. You have to have the right coach. Phil Jackson was the coach for the Bulls. Phil Jackson also coached uh, uh, LeBron James to victory. And then he had another coach with the Cavs, and he also had another coach with the Heat. But you have to build a team to get victory. So that's what I got for you guys. So when you talk about who's the best team, who's the greatest team of all time, probably is the Bulls, because if you look at their work ethic and everything, they're probably the better team than the teams LeBron was with. But again, LeBron was a very important player, but you had to have other pieces of the puzzle to make the team successful. Credit to the people who built those teams, by the way, and referred people and stuff. So what I got for you guys, I'm what you need. Woo! Almost 5 hours into this, and you guys are still watching this shit. That's crazy. I'm gonna catch you guys later. Peace.